Ba-ba-bum, bum, 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 ba-dum. Ba-ba-bum, boom. Hello, everyone. Hope you're all well. Hope everyone's well. I'm still multitasking. Oh, shit. Oh, that's a great start. That's my headphones gone. Don't know where. Oh, my headphones, yeah, that's fine. Hope you're all well. It is gorgeous here in Wales. I am. I'm out of sorts. I thought I'd come on 50 seconds early because that's the kind of guy I am. Oh, I don't need that now. Don't need it yet. Don't need it yet. Oh, fantastic. We just lost 5 viewers. Guys, what's wrong with you? What's wrong? Say hello and chat. Um, live view comments should show. Yes, we know. Spider Girl, $1. Thank you very much, Spider Girl. As you can see, monetized now. Your first dollar to US tradition for a small business to frame and display the first dollar they make. You can't frame it, but you can screenshot it. Happy days. I'll screenshot it. I will screenshot it. It's on the chat, so I'll screenshot it. Thank you, Spider. What a thoughtful thing of you. That's brilliant. Amazing. Thank you. It's always a good luck charm, isn't it? Morning, Shannon. Hope you're well. That is awesome of her, isn't it? That's amazing. Oh, Sea Swept, hello. Oh, thank you, Sea Swept. 99 Canadian dollars. Thank you very much. Um, happy days. Thank you. So why you only let me pick 99? It's all good. It's all good. I don't know even how it works yet. Does it what I'll ask when more people. What happens? Because on my side, because I'm in the UK, it all comes as British. So if I'm giving someone money, it comes up as British pounds. Does it come as British for you, or does it like American and Canada and stuff? Or do I need to change it to like dollars or something? Because I don't know. It didn't give me an option when I set it up. So hello, Amy. Oh, how are you? Well, hey, got a bone to pick with you. Where's my tweet? Where's my message? Huh? Gobby? I'm only joking. I'm more mad at Mad World. I'm not really. Hope you're well, Amy. Hope everything's going well for you. Just screenshot this. Just done in Spider Girl. Thank you very much. Even though you're probably not here, but I'm sure if you watch back, I'm very grateful. Spider Girl's got a new profile picture. Check her out. Um, I literally got home about 10 minutes ago, so I'm a little bit flustered. I'm more flustered because this trial isn't. It's not even on Lawn Network. It's not on. Oh no, Amy. No. Oh, as long as you're feeling better. But yeah, no, it's all good. I tease. I always like I take the piss out of all the mods, basically, whenever they don't answer my questions. And I'm joking about it in never serious way. So that's nothing worse than migraines. Hopefully feeling better soon. There's nothing worse. Um, so yeah, there's a few other people here. Hello, everyone. Right, if anyone's here for this actual trial, where's law and crime? What are they doing? What are they doing? I wish Shelley was here because Shelley would know straight away what's happening. Um, need to get that out. Right. Law Network, where are you, you buggers? Where are you? Do I need to write to you and be like, "Oi"? Oh, okay. I'll give you activity there as well. Oh, hey, Amy, don't worry at all. Jamie, hello. Oh, so they're having jury issues. That's fine then. As long as it's being played, because I was like, what? Is it not being even played? Oh, that's what I was frightened about, to be quite honest with you. So that's all right. As long as it's, I say, Shelley, you're good at it as well, Jamie. So it's good. At least we know something. Do we have no time of trial, basically, do we? We don't know when it's going to be. So I might have to just play the Parkland one then. until we know what's happening, which is a right pain. Do by any chance, and you probably don't know, and it's fine, but whoa, I went my camera's playing up. What's going on? Do they think they're actually gonna be going ahead, opening statements today, or um, 'cause he 'cause the Michigan trial they put up last minute. Okay, they put it last minute. Fine, fine, fine. At least it went up though. Ah, look at that. Thank you, Amy. You really don't have to. Absolutely don't have to. Happy days. Thank you very much. Sarah P. Hello, how are you? Hope you're well. I don't think you've been here before. Forgive me if you have, but hopefully you are well. This is your first time, and I have not got that wrong. I'm usually okay when it comes to viewers and knowing when they've been here before or not. So fingers crossed, this is your first time that I've got it right. So is this your first time? But thank you anyway, if it's not, for saying hello. Um, the 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 hardest bit in any stream that you don't know anybody is to say hello. Trust me. Amy said hello about a week, well, 2 weeks ago now, and I haven't got rid of her. She's still here. She's still going. Jamie's the same. She's been here like bloody hell. No, I can't get rid of him. I'm only joking. I haven't seen anything about him pleading. Okay, 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 okay. Yeah, it's yeah, I tried to look at it quickly on the way back, but oh, so Jamie knows therapy then. My first super chat ever. Oh, thank you, Amy. Appreciate it. Literally, thank you very much. I really appreciate it. And thanks for your message as well. Appreciate that. And Sarah P have not been here before, so we were in MLS law chat yesterday. Happy days, happy days. We see, so we got Jamie here as she's the mod over there, obviously. So we do have, thanks for popping in, Sarah. We literally have a lot of people from M&S Law show that come over. So you're more than welcome here. Thank you very much for popping in. Good afternoon, Heidi. Hello. How are you, Heidi? Hope you're well. See you friendly. Welcome, Sarah. Yes. Hi, Heidi. Oh, it's all friendly here, isn't it? Crime. What's a crime? What's a crime now, Heidi? You don't see a piece hangs out with that happy days. Well, you know what we're like. You came in one day and we're not getting rid of you either. So I mean, people must like it here because we can't get rid of them. I try my best. I do tell them all to fuck off, like, but they still come back. So I don't know what's going on. Hi, Amy. See, very friendly. I'm just saying with you guys as well. It's very friendly everywhere. Oh yeah, she's not here. It was earlier on. It was ages ago. She normally drops in the start. You're yelling at her. I've not spoken to this crime in ages. Yeah, she normally pops in to say hello before the stream starts. I never speak to her while the stream's going. She just says hello. Um, like Steam Spider, she popped in, and uh, who else just popped in? C Sweat popped in this morning before I streamed. They were all here. Oh, actually, I don't know what. Oh, they were all here about between one and yeah. Crime Spider was here 1:30. Spider was here like 1:15. And C Sweat was here 1:45. Ah, okay, cool, cool. That's fine. Because I was like, "Oh my god, I don't want you guys to, like, be paying, like, pounds because it's more." But on my end, it all comes up as pounds, so I don't really understand it. Um, I I might need to figure it out as well, make sure it's all okay, though. Gotcha. So, lucky Jamie's here because they're apparently having problems with the jury for this trial for Joel. Um, so I don't know. I'm a little bit like, I hope it goes ahead. I couldn't see anything on Crime Network, so I was panicking, but Jamie saved the day, as she has done many times. Yeah, good luck getting rid of me. I'll ghost you when you go there. Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. Hey, I love it. I love the bands. I love the bands. And it's great that just even seeing Sarah popping in, like, was fantastic, you know? Um, and, Josie popped in yesterday to say hello. It's brilliant. I love it. That's how you try and build a little bit of a channel, isn't it? So, as most you can see, being monetized, which was like, woke up this morning, I was like, "Oh, here you go. Got a bit of a crap day. Got to drive a lot. Well, not drive, but got to travel a lot. Hospital, come back, long day." But this morning I got up and I was like, I had the gym as well first thing. I was like, "Oh, fuck, don't wanna go." I looked at my phone and I was like, "Oh, welcome to YouTube partnership." I was like, "Oh, hello." But I have had 5 videos already unmonetized. They won't allow me to monetize 5 videos. They're like, "No, inappropriate comment, inappropriate material." So this trial is about, so I believe I'm right in saying 2012, an escort was killed and never been found, and this guy was accused at the time because he was the only number on her phone they've been contacted, and he said, "No, we'd spoken, but, we never met up or anything." Then a couple of years ago, he admitted to a family member that he actually killed someone and an escort, and they put 2 and 2 together and told the police, and now here we are. The body was buried in his parents' back garden. Um, but yeah, essentially, it's a bit of a gruesome one. Uh, I know there's 2 other trials going on, the Michigan one as well, but I knew that I was talking to Jamie about it, and I knew that, M&S Law was doing that one. And it's not that we will never clash on stuff, but I don't see the purpose of clashing if, my chat didn't care about it. So, C-SWEP, thank you very much, and thank you for the 99 Canadian dollar. Thank you very much. No problem, sir. I mean, I just made it all up, but it was pretty spot on, wasn't it? I think that's pretty spot on. Um, we are also watching the Parkland shooter officer, which some lying bastard told me that was 2 months long. But it's actually another 2 weeks, I think. So I was panicking. I was really worried about that one. So I hope you're well, C-Swept as well. So Susa, you were doing Syria as well. So I've got lemonade or Sprite as you call it, and I got water. So thirsty in the car. Jesus. You guys, right? We don't have AC in the UK. Like, I come back here now, I got no AC in the house. Do you know what I mean? You have it in the windows and stuff. Hey, no, I didn't have any paper. Hang on, let me just check, Jimmy. No, I don't think so. Let me just check. Oh, before I go there, right? I made a post yesterday, right? No one's got the post. Chandler didn't get a post at all. She was, like, insulted by my post. I said in the post on Twitter saying, "I have a source that says that Mandy Matney and Liz Farrell were in a relationship not so long ago. My source knows both of them very well. The initials of the source is EB, but I won't say any more in case it becomes obvious who it is. If you know, you know. Stop with the Buster rumors, Matney." So, basically, that tweet is based on, Mandy Matney coming out 2 weeks ago and saying, "Oh, she has a source that's told her that Stephen, Smith and Buster were in a relationship, they were seeing each other." That's 2 weeks ago. I thought, "What the fuck are you spreading rumors for?" So I posted that, and Chandler Remington was not impressed with it. But I was like, "Whatever." But in case people were wondering, what the hell does that tweet mean? They weren't in a relationship, I don't think, but don't go around posting stuff about people's relationships. PayPal. Let's have a look here. PayPal. I got 2 PayPals. That one, no, nothing. But as I say, I've got 2. Log out. Oh shit, which one was that one? I got 2, and I need to remember. Oh, here we are. And the other one is this one. Oh, security prompt. Oh, password. Oh no, I got it. It's fine. Um, Hang on. I have. Yesterday. Ja I won't say your name fully, sorry. But Jamie, yeah, I didn't know. I didn't know. It didn't notify me or anything. I didn't have any notifications. But absolutely, thank you very much. Again, you didn't have to do that at all. But no, I didn't even know. Sorry. Sorry, Jamie. Otherwise, I would have said thank you at the time. I didn't have a clue. But really, really, thank you very much. Jesus. Like you said that, I wouldn't have known. I wouldn't have known. So thank you. Thank you, Jamie. Really appreciate that. No, I did. So it did come through. Thank you very much. Um, for the stream, do we have an ETA for opening statement? No. So basically, what you got, Amy, is you got me comparing, which is fine. Which is fine. I might serenade some of you. Might give you sing song in a bit. Hey, I might even get my tits out again. Who knows what we're gonna do? Who knows what we're gonna do? Do you know what I mean? Yeah, Jim. No, it's like so. I got two accounts, a personal and a business one. So I must have had a personal because normally I get notifications, but I got nothing. That's weird. But so don't think I was being rude, please. I literally thank you so much. Did not expect that. Didn't have to at all. You know. Um, As you come in, hit that like and subscribe to be notified when we are live. Hit the little bell icon. I'm too sexy for my shirt. Too sexy for my shirt. Too sexy. Oh, yes. Look at you, C-swept. Fuck it out. You're coming straight in going, get your top off. Get your top off. I thought you'd had enough of that. Some housekeeping stuff. Yeah, that's fair. Look, I'll get Law Network up anyway. Let's get Law Network up. Um, got one here. Got one here. Right, so that's it. So if something happens today, it's all good because I can stream the park trial, you know? I'm too sexy for my shirt. Yeah, you know it, you know it. It's only 10 AM, yes, so, it might well, if it comes to it, I'll start streaming the Parkland one, but I don't want people to fall asleep, that's the only thing. Um, but we'll see, we'll see. We'll see what the consensus want now when everyone comes in. Once Madwell turns up, you know, I know if we're in for a good day or not, depends how mad she is. Um No, but I do appreciate it, but that's weird. I'll have to check it every day just in case someone sends me anything. Right, put that banner. So as you can see this is the part I hate. I hate all this. Yes, so, thankfully, we got monetized, so we have got memberships. Obviously, there's no zero pressure on anyone to become a member. It's, little goodies here and there for it, but oh, yes, she is, fucking oi, what time do you call this? Madwell? What? Well, I did think you were here because you've not been on Twitter. You're normally the first one on Twitter. Yeah, I'm approved, Jamie. I'm approved. So, yeah. So I woke up this morning. Woke up this morning feeling fine. No, no, we won't sing that. Um, literally, it's only Sunday night. I put in for everything. Then yesterday, I went in through the next approval stage. Got up this morning, being grumpy, taking a piss, and then just had a look, and yeah, partner. But they've already flagged me for 5 videos, and they said, yeah, they're not being monetized. So I had to, authorize that I can monetize videos. I was like, "Yeah, sure." And 5 instantly came up with, "Nope, content inappropriate." So like, "Okay." I don't know what's wrong with it, but sure. Prepping dinner. Jeez, all day. Hey, I've asked you some good questions today. Okay, Heidi, see you in a bit, see you in a bit. Nino, 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 Nino. See you in a bit, Heidi. See sweats, bringing the music. I just gotta be careful though, guys. Do you know what I mean? When I sing, good luck, Heidi. When I sing, I could really get copyrighted. You know, it's it's quite a serious problem. Do you know what I mean? So I can't. I tell everyone I have to sing a little bit out too, just a little bit, because last thing I wanna do is me singing gets copyrighted because they think I'm the actual artist and stuff, so, yeah, so bear with me, I will sing a little bit out too. Right. So, yeah, been got membership, I think I got 3 membership tiers. Well, 4, 'cause 1 is 0. Don't become a member. Absolutely no worries, we still got all this. Do you know what I mean? Still got, you still get to watch all the trials if you're not a member, so don't worry about it. Um, I changed all of my profile pics to a busty version of Gwen Stacy. Now, you do know, for you thirsty boys lot, you do know Lefty's gonna find out, don't you? You know that Lefty's gonna find out with your KK, boobies. What? Thank you again, Jamie. Stop it. You don't have to do that. Thank you very much, Jamie. I'm not used to all this, you see. I don't get all this. Um, appreciate you. I hate this is the part I hate, do you know what I mean? Like, sign up for your membership and all that. Look, this channel is also free, so don't worry about it. But it's weird to me how I get unmonetized for 5 bloody videos. Bastards. Um, I think I know I have to cut down the swearing a little bit, but I think chat's fine. I just think it's, um, me, I think. Also, take a look at the membership, hang on, where do I get the memberships from? Let me have a look at memberships here, because I had to play them. I had to name them a little bit, stream dedicated. Oh shit, what have I done now? Oh, I thought I cancelled the stream. I thought I cancelled the stream. Jesus. Right, let me open up. Oh yeah, yeah, I need to stop it. I need to stop swearing. I need to stop swearing for the first 2 hours. Thing is though, Jimmy, I'm not joking. I don't do it deliberately, it just slips out. That's the worst thing. So maybe I need to just shut up for 2 hours. Um, right, let's have a look. So the first tier, right? So I named all the tiers around the stream. Everyone else does jurors and blah 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 and judges, blah blah, whatever. I was like, nah, that's not me. So the lowest level is Blue Wenches Club. Blue Wenches Club. Obviously, the Blue Wenches. You see them in the chat. Um, second tier is Lefty's Dungeon, so you'd be stuck in Lefty's world if you join that one. And the other one is the top one. They said you should do 3, so I just went for 1. That's ridiculous. Ultimate Guild Shakes. I wouldn't purchase that one. Do you know what I mean? What do you get out of it? Nothing. So, or you do get a merch piece every 6 months. Actually, I should say that. So yeah, and I'll say the other level is 0, which is fine. I think the Lefties Dungeon is the level you get Discord. Um, the Blue Wenches is not Discord, so we're gonna do, like, lots of like, film nights and stuff like that, on Discord, and some of the cases on Discord and blah, blah, blah. Do you know what I mean? I'll be honest with you, I'm not an expert yet. Spider was shouting at me all day this morning, all day, all this morning. "Do this, do that, put me as admin, do this, put this color on." I was like, "Fucking hell." She's my boss, though. I have to do what she tells me. The other day, I thought so. Do you know what I mean? It was just something playful, innit? Do you know what I mean? I didn't wanna do the usual stuff like everyone does. Like, law and crime, let's refresh this page. Yeah, memberships is what will help you the most money wise. Yeah, absolutely. If there's no memberships, there's no channel. I will admit that. I gotta admit that. Because I'm not making any money out of these videos. That's pretty obvious. But so it's up to the people. I enjoy doing it, but if people don't watch it, then I'll probably still do some, but I won't do as many. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see anyway. We'll see. Yeah, I know some people do it cheaper than that, but you got different things. But I was like, "Do you know what? I think we bring some value." I do actually think we bring a lot of value on this channel, and I think I try my best for everybody. I work my ass off. I work 7 days a week. and I'll always be on Discord, and we'll offer stuff for cases, you get pretty good stuff for your money. I've been playing all by myself, right, that's a good start, Spider. I've been playing all by myself. Lucky Lefty's not here. In the Discord today. Right, fine, second line, in the Discord today. He was cracking the whip starting at, like, 7 AM. Ah, yeah, I don't know how you can't do it, because I literally ticked it, so you, Amy, Heidi, and Madwell can, like, do everything. I just made sure I ticked everything. 'Cause I don't even know what you can do, but I just tick, 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 tick. Yes, yes. Do you want your admin to do this? Yes, absolutely. I want Spider Girl to do everything. So I ticked everything. So I'm not surprised I'm surprised you can't do that. Members discuss fun. Yeah, it is fun. I'm looking forward to it. Oh, Spider Girl straight away. What you do? First post. What do you think? Bloody Depp and Heard. Straight away. I don't have a second to breathe. Depp and Heard. Team Depp. Team Heard. I love it. I love how enthusiastic she is, and how well, everyone is. So, yeah, we will have stuff on Discord, but you have to get the lefty, level. Right, still nothing here. Wish Shelley was here. We can only change lower levels lower than us. Oh, okay. Ah, okay, only set up this forum now. I've done with this first try. Oh, shit, right, good. Happy days. I need to refresh tonight because I need to make sure I'm active on there, don't I? It's just me and you though, Spidey, so far. Um, right, nothing yet on this one, as Jamie's been filling us in very kindly that it's not happening so far. Having issues with jurors, and you stuck with me a little bit. I don't want to start playing the Parkland, and we're like half an hour in, and then all of a sudden it's like, oh, it's happening. It's like, oh, jeez. So what I was thinking about was, let's have a look. Let's have a look, see if there's any videos about. Um, And by videos, I mean, let's have a look to see if there's any of these, like Joel Hollandale or whatever his name is. Joel Hollendorfer, sorry, videos, so we can just get a bit of a background. Oh, jeez. Um, no, I've not seen anything either, Jamie. Well, I've not even seen if the chat is on either. So yeah, this is where I hate it. I hate this. I hate it. I do hate this because they say they're playing it, but is it is it their fault? Are they not gonna play it anymore? Or is it, do you know what I mean? If I knew, like, "Oh, no, it's something wrong, they're not starting till next week," I'd just play the Melly double murder trial. Do you know what I mean? We'd bash that one out. Um, but as I can tell you, we are definitely doing another stream. Maybe not today, but we're doing 2 a day. We're doing 2 a day. You know, you lot get a lot out of me, so, let's stretch it a little bit. Right, let's get this one. I need to stop talking because I know I try and do stuff and then I forget I'm trying to do stuff. Oops, that's me. Um, da, 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 da. Um, what's it called now? Yeah, that's what I'm doing. That's ex You read my mind. You read my mind, Jamie. This is what I'm doing. Hold on, let me get this up. Uh, Check this out. Check this bad boy out. When I get this Oh, no, I can't do that one. I need to do this one. So, I just Googled his name, said trial day 1. Let's have a look here. Present, share screen, that one, share. First search. Check me out. That's me. Oop. Oh, that's why. No, don't worry, we're the same. We can't find it anyway either. Why is this like this now? Oh, I was like, "Oh, what a dummy." Hang on. What a dickhead. Right, I was like, "Why is it not play it? What are we doing?" Anyway, so, do you use your TV for stream? No, I use it well, yeah, so I got a screen for the stream and just have a camera mic. So I got my laptop, my screen, and my mic and my camera, and obviously my keyboard and everything else. So yeah, my camera is on the screen, my mic, on my laptop, I put the actual trial on it, and then on this screen, I have you guys on it, on the chat and stuff. But for a second there, I was like, "Why am I watching myself twice here? Why is there an echo?" I don't get it. The reason was because I clicked myself, didn't I? So I'm up twice, so that's quite good. House of Horrors trial. Right. Right, why isn't that going over this way then? What have I done now? Oh, do you know what's done? It's opening another tab, isn't it? It's opening another tab. Yeah, it's fantastic. Hey, it's good. But why are we asking about is there anything wrong with my setup, Jamie? Is that why you're asking? Right, I need to stop screen and then share, present, because it just law crime, boo, boo, law and crime, boo. You don't put the trials on when you're supposed to, boo. Right, let's have a gander. Let's see. Woke up this morning, feeling fine. Yeah, so all I have, my laptop's on my left-hand side, big screen in front of me, and I've got a TV behind me if I needed it. If I needed a TV, I got a plasma behind me, if I need it. Um, Simple setup, but effective. And so yes! Today, last minute cheap holidays, yes. Today am I too loud? Am I too loud? Do I scream too much? I don't know. Anyway, today I got Mad World should listen to this, but she won't. But I'm now upgraded to huge. Thanks, Spider. No, I know. I was checking, couldn't find anything, but it might be there in half an hour or so. Um, so now I've got if my Wi-Fi goes down, I got backup then because I got a 4G thing now. So I should be all sorted. Plus my download or was it my upload? It was one of them was 150 anyway, and the other one's 30. And then now it's going 900 and I think 110 or something like that. So that's me set up. I got the engineer coming in at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning to do it. Then we're cracking. We're cracking. That's why I need membership so I bloody can pay for it all. Right, so here we go. Joel Hollendorfer was booked into El Paso County Jail on Tuesday and charged with tampering with physical evidence. Okay, so she's charged for I don't need this, do I? I don't need that. He's charged for second-degree murder. So 19-year-old Kara Nichols, so she was 19 in 2012 then, I presume. Oh, here we go, sorry. They've arrested father of two and charged him with the murder and discovering remains that are believed to be those of Colorado teenager who went missing back in 2012. Uh, so 11 years ago, so she'd be about 30. She would have been 30 now. That's her there. Do you know what I mean? So she was an escort, 19. That's him now. The aspiring model told her family she was traveling to Denver for a job. October 2012, was never seen again. She's been missing from October the 14th, 2012. A new break in the case. New witness came forward during a standard cold case and to reveal that. Oh, so okay, there was a review, and that's how they got a hold of it. The critical information given in that interview, which provided significant new lead. Based on that lead, on February 7th, 2022, a search warrant was obtained. Ah, so they had a search warrant then, fine. And that's where the recovery of female human remains. Okay, that makes more sense. So, family member or whoever it was during that cold case, that's why it's important to do these cold case stuff. Said that he had killed someone years ago and buried them in the back garden. But I don't think he said who, but that person must have clicked then. But why did they wait until the cold case review? Why didn't they just go to well, I suppose if they're a relative, would you? I don't know, like, you'd think so, but I don't know. Um, he's been held on $50,000 bond. I know he waived his right to a quick trial, to speedy trial. I know that. Um, so it's 15 months away where she was last found. Shelley, hello, Shelley. Have you said hello before now? I don't think. Well, Shelley, we got Jamie, who was, basically Shelley Mark II. We just can't find the bloody thing, Shelley. We can't find the trial. Is it happening? You're normally engrossed in all this stuff, and you're a local or local-ish. Public records. Oh, wrong bloody page again. Hello, Shelley. Yeah, so we're just waiting for this trial, Shelley. We don't even know what's happening anymore. Jamie says problems with the jury, but we don't know. He's recently split up from his wife and the mother of his two children at the time. Oh, okay, so 11 years ago, they split up with his wife, so he'd have been about 35 then. Jamie is Shelley 2.0. I mean, yeah, Shelley's a research queen. I mean, Shelley is a godsend to us, but when Shelley's absent, who comes steps in? Jamie. Jamie steps right in. Spider Girl's very good as well, but normally she's can be found on Discord, so, um, authorities are yet not shared intel, so we don't know who told them about the cold case, but I think it's a family member. Not say it's a close family member, but it's a family member, I believe. Speculation. It's complex and difficult to solve. No shit, Sherlock. It's like 11 years old now. The instant of yeah, they want to find justice, yes. Tips and longer. So it's basically what we thought. The only difference that I didn't know was that it was during a cold case review that they found out, and not someone stepping forward and saying, "Hey, have you looked at this guy? I mean, he told me that he murdered this person 10 years ago." Oof. Direct court web X, and he says, "We'll start the meeting when the host joins." Shelley, Shelley, do me a favor, and don't mean this in a rude way, but shh, you are our research queen. So, Shelley 1.0. Yeah, I saw that tweet as well. Jamie. I'm just gonna call you Jamie, or do I call you Jamie, or do I call you Shelley 2.0? I'm not sure. We'll decide as we go along now. Um, oh, I'm really grateful to all of you. Amy's trying as well. Spider's been trying. I was actually trying in the car on the way back. Um, log into the direct court web. Look at you. Jeez. Start the meeting when the host joins. So we could be waiting. It probably is starting today. So I don't really want to say anything else, like. Woke up this morning feeling fine. Bam, ba, bam, ba-dum, bum, da, bum. Right, I got that one down. Gotta refresh it again just to see. No, it's only Parkland and double Melly YNW Melly double murder trial. That's all we got. That is all we got. That's all the cookie crumbles, everybody. What's going on? I'm sure we got some people here that's new as well, which is a bit of a shame, really. Because I think what you were saying, Jamie, people have been searching for it, and as because I'm coming out on top, people probably clicking on it, but can't play, and they're probably going, "Who what the hell is this Welsh guy?" Ah, they won't answer me. They hate me. Well, no, they don't hate me, but I'm not in their club, so I'm not one of those. Also, I'd probably just go, "WTF is going on?" So, hi, Shelley. Yes, I'm on Facebook. Shelley, join that group, the alternate corner group. Oh, it's like, what do we do? What do we do? Oh, I mean, look, hey, you're lucky I'm here. Where's Lefty? Lefty's not here yet. Once Lefty comes, the chat will be fine. Um, we can all talk for a little bit. I know you're here for a trial, but I mean, I don't want to play another trial. I don't want to play the Parkland shooting if, you know, if this comes up then. I can't, I don't want to cut back and forward. That's also my first what, Jamie? My first what? Also, I'm 15 seconds behind, in front, so it's like I don't remember what I said 5 seconds ago, let alone 15 seconds ago. And if this goes ahead now, come on, Shelley. Hey, Shelley, phone the court up and say, "Hey, I'm Shelley 1.0, research queen. I need to know when the hell this is happening. I got a stream to go to." Oh, yeah, in Google. Yeah, it's amazing, but thing is, Jamie, there's no bloody stream. All they see is me in my Barstool gear speaking the language they probably don't understand, and now they're leaving. Don't go. Don't go. Stay. Stop right now. Thank you very much. I need somebody with a human touch. Hey, you, always on the run. I don't remember the rest of the words, but it's always fun. Da, 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 da. In Google. Okay, so I found a justice for Kara Nichols group. They have the link. What the? Judge was happy days. Just hey, once you say, Shelley, research queen 1.0, direct access shell. This is wrong. I'm trying to figure right. I'll have to say what the fuck's going on because it's like, well, yeah, it's not here. Let me Google it to see if there's anything. There's not because I just checked. This is ridiculous. Right. Webnex. Well, hey, listen, if I have to stream it from that for now, I'll do it. How do I get into it? Okay, let's have a look. Let's have a look at this bad boy now then. I don't know if I'm in the right room. I just clicked some buttons. It says personal room. I don't know if I'm supposed to be here. We'll let you know when. Am I in the right one? I didn't even put a code in. Thank you, Kim. Appreciate you. Thank you very much. Didn't need to do that. I appreciate you. Thank you. Right, I'm in the wrong room. I'm in the wrong fucking room. Right, let's do this together. Another one. Oh, hang on. I got 2 links now.
It over the course of us dating.
What drug did it escalate to?
We were using heroin at, at the end of the relationship.
And approximately how often were you using heroin?
Um, but when you're stuck in kind of that addiction habit, um, I would say you kind of have like a cycle of when you get sick from not having the drugs. So you would use them, once or twice a day to kind of maintain your just feeling normal.
During that time, were you able to continue in school?
Yes, I was able to continue.
Were you working or were you just in school?
I was doing a work study at the time, so I was working for the school.
And then was Miss Nichols working at that time?
Yes, when I'd first met her, we first started dating. She was working at Noodles and Company when we had first met.
Did you see in the beginning of your relationship the drugs change your lifestyle or habits or anything? Or were you still able to do school and Miss Nichols was still able to work?
At In the beginning, yes, we were both still, working and doing what we needed to for just like a normal life. But as it got, further into more drug use, it did start to like slip in other aspects of our lives. So yeah, it was harder to maintain a job um, when you're not feeling well all the time from your drug use.
And you kind of spoke about this earlier when you talked about when you guys broke up. Um, do you think that it was going to be easier to get sober separately rather than together?
At the time, I did because I did remember her parents moving, and I thought it would definitely be in her best interest to stay with the family and with her parents because she was always very family oriented. Her mom and her brother had meant so much to her, and just being around her family in general. I definitely thought that was the best decision for her was to stay with her support system. We had always wanted to get sober. As the drug use progressed, we knew it was going in a bad way, and always getting sober was the goal to be better.
Were you eventually able to get sober, Mr. Rodriguez?
Yes,
Okay, and when was that?
I will be 9 years clean and sober in September.
Well, congratulations. While you were with Miss Nichols, you talked about her working at Noodles and Company. Did you know her to do any other type of kind of like side jobs?
After Noodles and Company, she did have goals to be, a model. And she did very well at that. She would have a lot of, side jobs of modeling. Yes.
And did you ever go with her to any of those modeling jobs?
No, those were very, they were kind of like private things where like, the photographers or people didn't really like other people to be there. But there was always like, she'd always have pictures or like, evidence of her doing her modeling career.
Would she come back with a check for getting paid to do the modeling?
Yes, yeah, she had actually, was working with professional photographers in studios and things like that. So yes, she would have actual like professional checks and um, things like that.
When you were with Miss Nichols, I want to talk about some of just the habits that you saw about her. Did you know her to have a phone?
Yes, yeah, she always had her phone with her.
And even back then, was it kind of the same as now where everybody kind of has their phone with them at all times?
Yes, yeah. I mean, yeah, what girl her age doesn't always have her phone with her? But especially for like, the modeling stuff, and she would always kind of have it for whenever she would have, bookings that would come up or trying to find new photographers and things like that.
And was she the type of person back then to take the phone with her? She like moved rooms, for instance, like went into a different part of the house.
I would say so, yeah, yeah.
But how about leaving the house? Like if you were going to pick her up at her parents' house, would she have her phone with her?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
Did you know her to be someone that would bring a purse with her places?
Yes. She-
Did you ever see Miss Nichols drive?
No, no, she was, since she was younger and stuff, she was always kind of the person that would need the ride or have somebody come and pick her up to hang out with, especially her not having a car. So yeah, she would rarely ever drive.
I want to talk back. We spoke about your breakup and why that was and kind of when that was. I want to talk about what your relationship was like with Miss Nichols after you guys broke up. Were you friendly to each other?
Yes, we were still, friends after the breakup, and it wasn't a bad breakup or anything at all. Like her family situation was changing. I wasn't doing so well in school after the second year. That's why I had moved in with my parents' house was because my grades weren't good enough to keep my scholarship. So we both were still good friends, and you know we just wanted to, like I said, do better at that point, and us still talking and hanging out after I think would prove the fact of like it wasn't like we were mad at each other or in a bad way or anything like that. We had sincerely just wanted the best for each other.
I want to break that down for a second. Did you see her in person or hang out with her after you guys broke up?
Yes, but it was few and far between. We weren't hanging out nearly as often as we were when we were dating.
How about phone contact? Were you guys talking on the phone ever?
Yes, we were still contacting, not nearly as frequently, but at least a few times a week.
And then text messages as well?
Yes.
How often would you say that would you talk to her either on the phone or by text message every day?
Not every day after the breakup. It would be, I'd say 3 to 4 day periods in between.
Did you ever know that she had come back from moving with her parents to Chicago, back to Colorado Springs?
Yes, yes, I did know that she moved back.
And did you see her at that time when she moved back to Colorado Springs?
Yes, I had hung out with her once or twice when she had moved back. But they were like very briefly. It wasn't long. It was kind of more like a hi and bye like situation to just kind of catch up and just see like how you're doing and that.
Did you know where she was living when she moved back from Chicago?
I did not know where she was living. I kind of knew like the general area, but I did not know where she was living.
Did you ever visit her at that house that she was living at? I want to talk about the last time that you saw Kara. Do you recall when that was?
I do not recall the exact last time I seen her.
Do you recall when the last time is that you had like phone contact with her, a phone call or a text message?
I don't. I remembered I had talked to her, and then after that, she normally was very good at responding to messages because that's a lot of what she did too was having her phone for jobs and things. Um, so it was very rare for her to not message you back within a day or 2 days. She was very good about messaging people back. So that's when I thought it was very suspicious of something had happened when she wasn't contacting for a few days.
Did you, when you were kind of suspicious of that, did you reach out to anyone?
I had reached out to her brother at that time. Yes.
And did he have those same suspicions?
Yes, yes. Because me and him weren't very close. As it was her older brother. He was quite a bit older than us. But for the whole time we were dating, me and him were her just really really close. Like she was very close with her brother. So whenever she would need rides or anything like that, we would be the people she would contact um, most often. So when I started having a worry about why she wasn't responding, he was also worried as well. So I had contacted him, and that's when we kind of knew something was wrong.
And did you try to look for her?
Yes, me and him were extremely concerned. He had known a little bit more about where she was living since she moved back and everything. So I had actually met up with him when we were trying to figure out what had happened.
I want to talk about your involvement in the investigation. Were you contacted by law enforcement?
Well, when we had realized something was wrong and that we could not get a hold of her, me and her brother had met up and had contacted law enforcement to figure out, what we could do in this situation. He knew where she was living at the time, and I didn't know what house it was or anything. So we had met in the area around where she was living, to just kind of see, what we can do to fix this situation.
Were you with Terry Nichols, her brother, when he met with law enforcement to make a missing persons report?
Yes.
Okay. And were you at the address for that, or were you at a different location?
I believe we were at the address. Like I said, I didn't know what the house was. We were just kind of like I had met him at a gas station that wasn't far, and then we had went to a house, and I wasn't sure if that was the house she was staying, but we were outside, by the cars when we had filed the report.
Okay. And then you allowed a search and download of your phone by law enforcement.
Yes,
And you allowed law enforcement to search your backpack and your vehicle at the time.
yes.
And what kind of a vehicle were you driving at the time?
Back then I had a black Volvo.
And then you interviewed with law enforcement, not only with the missing persons report, but a more extensive interview in 2012.
Yes,
And then you did a second interview with law enforcement in April of 2022.
yes.
Do you recall what your phone number was at the time?
I do not. I've changed phone numbers a few times. since then, so I don't quite recall what that phone number was.
Okay. Would it refresh your recollection to look at a law enforcement report where you had contact with law enforcement and gave them your identifying information?
Yes.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
Look here and just let me.
Yes, that does look familiar.
Recall off the top of your head what that number is now that you've seen the report?
The 291-531-5319.
So if it reads 719-291-5213, does that sound right?
Yes.
Okay. And how long did you have that phone number?
I don't recall. I mean, for it being 10 years ago, I don't recall. I know back then I was on my parents' phone plan. When I had gotten onto my own phone plan, and the number had changed, and then it's changed a few times since. But at that time, when I was in college, I was still on my parents' phone plan.
I have no further questions. Thank you, Your Honor.
Cross-examination. Good morning, Mr. Rodriguez. I do want to say congratulations on getting sober. I'm unfortunately going to have to ask you a number of questions about that time, okay? You just told us that you were dating Kara Nichols for about a year, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Back in the 2011-2012 timeframe.
Yes.
Okay. And that you broke up shortly before she moved back to Chicago, is that right?
Yes.
Now, I want to ask about some of the drug use that you were just talking about during that time that you were dating. Because you knew Kara to have a substance problem, right?
Yes.
That's what you've been describing with the district attorney for the last 10 to 15 minutes or so, right?
Yes.
Okay. You knew that she had had a problem with pills, you told us, correct?
Yes.
And that for both of you, that eventually graduated to heroin, right?
Yes.
Okay. You knew that at that time, before you broke up, that it had gotten really bad, right?
Yes.
Okay. You told detectives about a time where she was crying and she was trying to inject herself and she couldn't find a vein, correct?
Yes.
Okay. You remember that time? And then was it shortly after that that the two of you broke up?
Yes. It was shortly after that.
Okay. I know you told us that after you broke up, you weren't in as much of contact with her, correct?
Yes.
Okay. But you were still communicating intermittently. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Okay. I think you said that was through text messages, right?
Yes.
Okay. And occasionally calls and meetings, right?
Yes.
Okay. You were not nearly as present in her life at that time, it's fair to say.
Yes.
Okay. Not compared to before when the two of you were dating.
No, when we were dating, we were together like very, very often.
And I skipped over this for a moment, but you told us that while you were dating, the amount of substance use might look like once to twice a day. Is that correct?
I would say so, yes.
Okay. Sometimes that might also be as much as 2 to 3 times a day. Is that correct?
Yes. Whatever you kind of needed to maintain feeling normal and feeling well.
Okay. And I think you spoke about this, but that Kara could get very upset when she wasn't feeling well, right?
Yes, I think anybody who's not feeling good and who's stuck in that habit, it is very emotional to not be feeling yourself in your own skin because of the drug use.
Okay. To move back to the period after the two of you stopped dating, at that time, would you say that you were messaging her about 1 or 2 times a week?
After we had stopped dating,
Correct.
I would say so, yes.
Okay.
1 to 2 times a week.
And that sometimes you would ask her how she was doing, right?
Yes, I'd always wanted to check in on her, especially after we had stopped dating, because her family had moved and I was, concerned for her general well-being and wanted to keep checking in to make sure that she was doing better.
Sure. But part of the reason you were communicating a little bit less with her, right, is that you were trying to get sober.
Yes,
Is that fair to say?
yes,
Okay. But that sometimes you actually, even during this period, texted Kara to get more drugs, correct?
yes, yes.
Okay. Sometimes you had, what we could say was a weak moment during this period, and you would reach out to her to get more drugs.
Yes,
Okay. And that drug was heroin?
yes.
Okay. Just a moment. No further questions. Thank you, Mr. Rodriguez.
Redirect.
Briefly, Your Honor. You spoke about how during the time that you guys were together, even when you were using substances, that you both wanted to get sober.
Yes.
And was that true for Miss Nichols at the time of your guys' breakup?
Yes, absolutely. Yeah. Especially with, her modeling career and how quickly everything had progressed for us. It was in both of our intent to want to be better and to get clean.
And after you all broke up, you said 3 to 4 months before October. Did you know whether she was still using drugs after your breakup?
Um, n- can you rephrase the question?
You know if her drug use after you guys broke up remained the same, increased, or decreased in those months after you were broken up?
I don't know. I don't.
You only saw her twice in person, is that what you said?
Yes.
I have no further questions.
Do any jurors have any questions for this witness? Thank you for being here. You may step down.
May I call my next witness?
Of course.
Thank you. Your Honor, the people would call Detective Tammy Gouliot.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm under penalty of law that you will testify to the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Come on through.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Could you please introduce yourself and spell your last name?
My name is Tammy Gouliot. It's Gugliota.
And I've been calling you Detective Gouliot. Are you currently a law enforcement officer?
No,
Were you in the past?
I was.
And so how long were you in law enforcement?
So I started with the El Paso County Sheriff's Office in 1998. I went through many sections of this office. In 2010, I was transferred to the Investigations Division. I stayed there. I was a detective in Special Victims Unit, then Major Crimes. I was promoted as the Sergeant of Special Victims Unit in 2015, and then to the Sergeant of Major Crimes, and then I retired in 2018.
But you couldn't stay away?
I couldn't stay away.
Um,
2021, I came back as a civilian, what they call us civilian criminal investigators.
Okay.
So I'm back in the investigations division part-time.
Is it different working as a civilian than it was as a detective and then sergeant?
A little bit, yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
And so back in 2010, when you became a detective with investigations,
Mhm.
you were assigned to Special Victims Unit.
I was.
And is that child abuse, sexual assault,
Elder abuse, yeah, everything like that.
And then eventually you were reassigned to major case.
I was.
And what do, I guess, what kind of major cases does major case cover?
Assaults, homicide, like anything with serious bodily injury, robberies, mostly high felony crimes.
Okay. And during that time, when you were a detective with major crimes, were you eventually assigned a missing person investigation where the victim was Kara Nichols?
I was.
And when approximately were you assigned to this case?
February 13th, I believe it was February 13th of 2013.
Okay. And Kara was last seen October 9th of 2012.
That's correct.
Before you took over, was there a different detective on the case?
There was.
And was that Cliff Porter?
It was.
When you took over the investigation in February of 2013, were there a lot of things left to do?
There were.
And did you, I guess, how did you start with your investigation coming in several months after this happened?
Well, after looking at the case, I thought the first place, and after, reading the case and realizing that how she went missing and the ad that she had placed, I thought the first place that I should start was with her phone records.
Okay. And you mentioned an ad being placed. Did another officer retrieve the ad in question?
That's correct.
Okay. And that was Deputy Iad?
That's correct.
When you were on the case, did you have a chance to review that ad?
I did.
May I approach?
Yes.
I'm handing you what's been marked as People's Exhibit 17?
27.
27. Do you recognize what I handed you?
I do.
And what do you recognize it to be?
It's the ad, back page ad that Kara Nichols placed on October 9th.
And does it say what time that ad was placed?
7:28 p.m.
And you said it was placed on Backpage. Are you familiar with Backpage as it existed then before it was non-existent?
I am.
Okay.
Yeah.
And can you generally tell me what Backpage is?
It's basically a site where escorts post ads for sex.
Okay. And so based on, I'm sorry, Your Honor, at this time, the people would move to admit Exhibit 27.
27's admitted.
And Your Honor, we would ask permission to publish briefly.
All right.
Is this the ad that was posted at 7:28 p.m. on October 9th of 2012?
It is.
All right. And is a portion of it redacted?
It is.
That black square was not there on the original ad?
That's correct.
Okay. Thank you, Detective. I guess, do you want me to refer to you as Detective or Ms. or I'm going to go with Detective if that's okay.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
That's fine.
All right. So after this ad, you said you went through the case and you decided that the next step would be looking at Kara's phone records, correct?
That's correct.
Did you have Kara's actual phone?
We did not.
Okay. Has that ever been recovered?
It is not.
Before we get into the phone details, While you were the lead detective on this case, did you receive many different kinds of tips as to Kara's disappearance?
A lot.
And were some of those female using Kara's pictures in Las Vegas?
That's correct.
Did you receive phone calls from psychics?
I did.
Did you do neighborhood canvasses?
We did.
Did you have reports from people locally or nationally about people that looked like Kara?
Nationally, other countries, locally, just about everywhere.
Okay. Did you receive tips from news media like KKTV?
We did.
And did you receive other ads that were, or not ads, sorry, other leads that were passed along from Kara's parents, or specifically her mother, Julia?
I did.
Did you run all of those leads down?
We did.
And I just mentioned a few. Do you know, I mean, is there an estimate of how many different leads you received?
I really couldn't give you a number.
Okay.
I mean, as they came in, we followed up on them and we just kept going through them.
Okay. Did any of those leads get you to an answer?
It did not.
So now we'll go back into phone records. Were you able to verify what Kara's phone number was in 2012?
I was.
Do you happen to remember it?
719-352-4392.
Okay. And you were here earlier when her father, Paul Nichols, testified, correct?
I was.
And he read a number back from a report.
He did.
Was there a typo in that initial report?
There is.
Okay.
It was, it said 350 and it's 352.
All right. And that 352-4392, that's the phone number that you pulled records from?
That is.
And do you know who the account was registered to?
Paul and Julia Nichols.
Okay. So this is just a guess based on a 19-year-old girl's phone usage, but were there a lot of records?
A lot. Well, can I,
Of course.
the records we had, because I got this case in 2014. So, the records I had,
Object to telling a narrative at this time. She's not answering a question.
Overruled.
I'm sorry. What was the question?
The question was, were the victim's phone records voluminous?
Yes.
Okay. But you were trying to explain why, I think.
Well, the phone records were, Cynthia Ayat had gotten the phone records.
Okay.
And so they weren't everything. They were just from the emergency ping that night.
Okay. So you then obtained the full phone records for that account?
I was only able to obtain exactly what Cynthia Ayat had obtained.
Okay. In your experience, I mean, do phone records get purged by the companies?
That's correct.
Okay. Once you had, I guess, the phone records that you were able to get, did you focus at a specific time and date?
I did.
And what time and date were you looking at?
October 9th.
Okay. And did you look at a specific time range on October 9th?
Yes, 7:30 after the ad was placed, 7:28.
Okay. And when you were looking through those, what were you looking for?
I was looking to identify every person's number
That showed up in the records?
that showed up in her records after 7:30 that night.
Okay. And did you attempt to call, or another person in your office attempt to call all of those numbers?
We did.
And I guess, do you know how many calls there were, or how many different numbers there were after 7:30 PM on October 9th?
Approximately 26,
Okay.
give or take a few.
And so, of those 26, were you able to contact every single one of them?
No,
Of the people that you were able to contact, I guess, did everybody have the same phone number when you contacted them that they had back in October?
no,
Does that mean, I'm sorry. Okay, so some of the people you contacted were not the owners of that phone number back in October of 2012?
that's correct.
Of the 26, about how many were you able to speak to?
I want to say approximately 60%.
Okay. And so I got, how exactly did you do that? Did you just call them and see if they answered?
So we took every phone number and we ran a law enforcement record. It's called Accurate. It's a law enforcement database. And it gives you information reference that phone number, who it's registered to, and addresses and
Okay.
demographics.
Okay.
And so we did that with every phone number.
And you said about 60% of the people called back, or you were able to speak with them when you called.
That's correct.
Of those that did call back, was one of those Carl Juarez?
Yes,
Was one Gerver Saldana?
yes,
Was one Jeffrey Halling?
yes,
Was one Joel Hollendorfer?
yes.
And do you remember when, and I don't believe it was you, but someone in your agency reached out to Mr. Hollendorfer?
I do.
When was that?
May 7th of 2013.
And did he call you back?
He did. On
When
May
did he call you
8th.
back? I'm sorry?
May 8th.
He called you back the next day?
That's correct.
All right. And do you remember what his phone number was at that time?
I know it was 719-33322. I don't recall the last four. I'm sorry.
That's okay. Would it refresh your memory to take a look at one of your reports?
Yes, please. Seven one nine 322-8952.
And that number appeared in Kara Nichols' phone records from October 9th.
Yes, ma'am.
So when you were going through her phone records, and you said that there were approximately 26 calls, did all of
20
the, oh, I'm sorry,
26 numbers.
26 numbers?
Yeah.
Yes. Did all of those calls actually connect to her phone?
Not all of them.
Okay. What about Mr. Hollendorfer's?
He did.
Was there one contact or more than one contact on that night?
There was more than one.
And so when you were doing your reports and located this number or confirmed that this number belonged to Mr. Hollendorfer, were you also able to verify his address at the time?
I was.
And do you know what that address was?
9665 Burgess.
And is that here in El Paso County?
It is.
So at this time in May of 2013, you had received a call back from Mr. Hollendorfer. Did you have any reason at that time to look harder at him than anyone else that was on that phone record?
No.
Were there a lot of other deputies, investigators, detectives assisting you in this investigation?
Yes, ma'am.
Was one of those deputy, I'm going to mispronounce this, Kleindienst?
Kleindienst, yep.
And is that Kleinedinst?
That's correct.
Okay. And he was another deputy that worked with you?
He was on light duty in the investigations division at the time.
Okay. And did you ask him to do an initial review of Kara's phone records?
I did.
And specifically, any kind of location data that was attached?
That's correct.
And to your knowledge, he's not an expert in call detail records.
Not at all.
Okay. So this, I guess, would you agree that it was more of just an initial review, trying to get a feel for locations?
That's correct.
Based on his review, did that give you an area to focus on?
It did.
And what area was that?
Eastern El Paso County.
Okay.
Object to this time, Your Honor. Can we approach?
Yes.
Yeah, so they can't hear me, so it's all good. I'm always a bit paranoid though. So that I can't unmute myself, so it's fine. Lefty, hello sir. Lefty, press the join button. Look at the headlines for all the membership options. I think you'll be pleased. It was all themed on the channel. Um, Here he comes. We passed it. I think we're now on 1 hour 30 minutes now. So another half an hour to behave before we can start swearing. Oh, and here they come back again. Don't make Spider Girl jealous now, Lefty.
All right, I think
Madwell's
the
not
last question
here.
I'd asked you was what location, and you said Northeast El Paso County?
That's correct.
And did you personally go out to that area?
I did.
And when you were out there, and was this, I'm sorry, was this in 2013?
Probably, I don't recall. I want to say 2014.
Sure. And would it take, would it refresh your memory, take a look at one of your reports?
Yes, please.
Shelly, we can't. I tried. What's this button do?
And if you just want to turn them over when your memory is refreshed. All right. So was this in 2013 or 2014, your initial, I guess, visit to that area?
2013.
Okay. And at that time, when you went out in the area, was there a location that you thought would be worth searching?
There was.
And was that Sanctuary of the Pines?
It's called Sanctuary of the Pines,
Okay.
correct.
And was anything built there or?
It was a neighborhood that was started, so the infrastructure was in the ground. So it was established, but the Black Forest fire kind of ruined all the underground infrastructure, so it was never built.
Okay. And was this out near the intersection of Volmer and Shoup in Black Forest?
It was.
Okay. And so based on, just looking at the location, did you actually conduct a search of that area?
We did.
And who was with you?
Myself, I had a couple other detectives with me, and we had the dog search team. We had some cadaver dogs out there.
Okay. And during your search at that area, was that one day or multiple days?
Well, the initial going out and looking at the property was one day, and then the dogs were scheduled for a different day.
Okay, so you were out there several times.
That's correct. Well, the dogs and the dog handlers went out by themselves, and eventually we wound up out there with them at a later
Okay.
time.
So you kind of talked a little bit about what this area was. And this was after the Black Forest fire. And I don't, what was it like at that time? Was it residential? Was it rural? Were there?
It was a flat land. It looked like maybe some streets were prepared. Like you could see the streets in a cul-de-sac and some infrastructure, like maybe some piping coming up at some spots, and that's it. There was no dwellings, no houses, nothing.
Okay, and you said you could see some streets in a cul-de-sac. I mean, were they paved or were they outlines or?
Some of them
dirt?
were paved, some of them were not. Like I said, it was the beginning stages of a neighborhood.
Okay. I may have just one more.
All right.
Ah, it's gone for me as well. Yeah, seen that, Kim. Lefty's Expo. Should have done it. Didn't think. I don't
So
think I can
that,
change it.
I'm going to talk a little bit more about that area because I think I'd like to ask you some questions about it. So you said there were no homes. Were there neighborhoods that were remotely close to this area?
There were houses that were remotely close to the area. It was pretty, out in Black Forest, it's pretty sparse out there. So there's like a house and some land and a house and some land. There were no like typical what we would call neighborhoods, but absolutely there were houses around that area.
Have you been out to Black Forest recently or since 2015?
It's been a few years.
Is it different now?
It is different now.
Are there more roads?
It's a lot more populated than it was back then.
Okay, so more houses, more neighborhoods.
That's correct.
I usually don't ask questions I don't know the answer to, but when you were out at the Sanctuary of the Pines, do you remember what your cell service was like?
It was sporadic, patchy.
Okay.
I do remember that because we actually brought some walkie-talkies with us to communicate with the dog handlers and stuff like that.
Okay. And so after both your search and then the canines out there, was anything of evidentiary value found at that location?
It was not.
So after, I guess, that kind of dead end, what was your next step in the investigation?
We just continued with the phone records, calling people, addresses, phone numbers, criminal histories, stuff like that, stuff that would lead us in the right direction.
Okay. While you were going through the phone numbers and the addresses, were there any of the people that you had spoken to in reference to their contact with Kara's phone that lived out in the Black Forest area?
There was.
Was there one or two or several?
There was actually several.
Okay. And were you able to, I guess, did you investigate all those people?
I did.
Okay. And was there anyone that you still had questions about after you had done your investigation?
I did.
And who was that?
Joel Hollendorfer.
During your investigation, did you ever meet Joel Hollendorfer in person?
I did.
Once or more than once?
Once.
Once in person?
Once in person.
Okay. Do you see him here in the courtroom today?
I do.
Could you tell me where he's sitting and an article of clothing he's wearing?
He's sitting at the defense table with a blue jacket, I think it's blue, and a gray tie.
Closest to me or closest to the wall?
Closest to the wall.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
If the witness could reflect this witness has identified the defendant.
Okay.
So when you had kind of narrowed down your suspicions, was this in 2014?
2014.
Okay. And so this is, 2 years after Kara had been missing and about a year and a half after you had had that phone conversation with the defendant?
Sounds about right, yes.
Okay. If you had spoken to him May 8th of 2013.
Yeah, and mid 2014 is when we really started kicking things off.
Okay.
Yeah.
And in 2014, did you know if the defendant still lived at that 9665 Burgess Road address?
I did not.
Okay. Did you eventually confirm that?
We did.
And in 2014, did you do like property records to see who owned that property?
I did.
And was it the defendant?
No, it was his parents,
Okay. And his parents were Betty and John?
Betty and John Hollendorfer.
Based off of your investigation and the leads from phone records and things like that, did you eventually obtain a search warrant for that property?
I did.
And did you execute that search warrant?
I did.
When was that?
October 14th, 2014.
Okay. Did you do that all by yourself?
I did not.
Okay. And when you were there, were the defendant's parents, Betty and John, there as well?
They were.
Did you conduct the actual search or were there other members of your team that were there?
I was assigned a different task.
Okay.
And so I had many members of my team there on the property.
Okay. After, after the search warrant was done at the property on October 21st, did you have an in-person interview with the defendant?
I did.
And where did that take place?
At the office of the sheriff, 27 East Bermejo.
Were you the only one in the room with him?
I was. I was in the beginning.
Okay. I have just a moment. And Your Honor, since Detective Gouliot is sitting as advisory, she's going to be testifying multiple times. So at this point, I would like to end my questions for this particular subject area.
Okay. Cross-examination.
Very briefly, it's Miss Gouliot, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so I don't pronounce the A on the end.
No.
Okay, I will do my best. That advertisement on Backpage.com, you
Yes, sir.
know the one that I'm talking about.
I do.
There is a black box on that advertisement.
That's correct.
That was not there when the advertisement was actually placed, correct?
No.
It was showing a somewhat revealing position, you could say.
It was showing her rear end.
Okay.
Mhm.
And it was pretty clear that advertisement was advertising sex, like you said, is advertised on Backpage.com, right?
That's correct.
Okay, no further questions.
Redirect.
Not at this time, Your Honor.
Any questions from the jury up to this point?
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Do you want me to leave these up here?
Why don't you give it to court reporter if you could?
And Your Honor, our next witness lives in Denver and had to get new tires on her car, and she will be here at 1 o'clock.
Okay, do you have anybody else in the meantime?
No.
We can break until 1 o'clock then. Okay, so members of the jury, we're going to break until 1 o'clock. I need to repeat the admonitions, even though I'm sure you remember them from yesterday. Can't talk with anybody, even among yourselves, about the case. Don't let anybody talk to you about the case. If somebody tries to talk to you about the case, stop them and let Ms. Hanson know. There are going to be witnesses out in the hallway. The attorneys may be out in the hallway as well, so just walk right by them. Don't strike up any conversations. Don't drive by any locations mentioned in the evidence. Just stay away from whatever locations may be described in the evidence. And with that, let's see you back at 1 p.m. All rise. Anything from the people?
Your Honor, I apologize for the gap where,
Okay, works out.
okay.
Defense?
Nothing at this time, Your Honor.
Okay, we'll see everybody back at 1.
Guess who's back? Shut up. You've had your time, guys. Oh. Let's see if I'm still the only participant. Yeah. Oh, they're shutting everyone off. Anyway, here we are. Right, let me just put myself here. There we are. We've got that in the background. So I can... Oh, turned him off as well. Fine. I can put that in now. Yeah, any questions for the hearts, guys? Mad World deals with all that. So she can put them in for you or take them away, whatever you want. So cheers, Mad World. It's 11:02, so that means there's an hour and 20 minutes, well, hour and a quarter before they come back. I'll just eat my pizza, so I'm here. I'm here for it. Yeah, I know, Shell, and it's frustrating because no one's watching it. It's like, come on, guys, where's everyone? Why aren't I getting like hundreds of people here? Like, um, not that I care. I mean, if there's 100 people here, I wouldn't be able to cope. So even if we go over 20, I'd be happy. Do you know what I mean? Oh, it is what it is, though. Anyway, we've got the number ones everywhere here, so it's all good. It's all gravy, baby. Um, oh, yeah, I think Amy, thanks. I know Spider Girl sent me a link as well. I'm not sure if well, I'm gonna need help tomorrow to sort this out again because no way can I do this. Keep it around corner, you'll get there. Oh, absolutely, Lefty. Absolutely, absolutely. But you think that with this trial, come on, get rid of interest, guys. No one else is streaming it. Let's fucking go. But hey, it doesn't matter. We're all here. We're all here to celebrate. I've been monetized, yes. And it's nearly 2 hours. So Jamie says I can swear after 2 hours. So, you know, it hurts me. That's all good. It's all good. Hey, if you guys weren't here, maybe two of us would be here. So it might be just me and Mad World. So you saved me really because she'd just be shouting at me. So it's all good. It's all good. Um, no, I don't mind. It's all good anyway. Right, so here we are. Here we are. I don't know what's going on with this trial because we missed the father, so he's gone. Yeah, to be fair, everyone's been so kind, Lefty. I did. The Spider Girl gave me a $1 one, for luck, and then a few people giving me. Oh, I think it's a super chat, whatever you call them. But yeah, no, I have Lefty. I'm still waiting for my first member though. I've not had a member yet, so the best. I think the best value for money is a Lefty one. If I was being impartial and choosing one membership now, I would choose a Lefty one, and that's not lying. That's the one that's the best value for money. The second one, the top one's too much. Um, but you got to put three things in there, so just put it in. And the lower one, I just think it's fine. But if you can stretch to whatever it is, 8.99, whatever it is, you should see Discord Girls working a magic on it. So it's looking good. Kim, there's been there, done that before. In love with actually rewind and start commenting. When I actually rewind and start commenting. Yeah, don't worry about it. I get confused all the time, Kim. So I'm on delay of like 15 seconds and people speak and I'm like, Jamie's done it earlier on. She said something. I was like, what's that about? Oh, Lefty, my man. Yeah. Thanks, Lefty. Appreciate you, my man. Appreciate you. Well, so you got to take credit for the memberships as well. Your name's on there now, and also the blue wenches. You came up with that. I wanted to make sure that the channel was stamped on us. So yeah, appreciate, man. Thank you, Shelly. Hey, stop it, Shelly. You sent me enough already. Stop it, you. You sent enough on Saturday, so no more from you. Thank you, though. Appreciate you. You're only not done until we. Yes, exactly. The only thing I will say is do look at the membership tab. Let me look at it myself. I'm trying to promote myself a little bit now. I think memberships are more value for money for you guys. So I hope membership levels. So we got the Blue Wenches Club, which is just a standard like 4.99 or whatever it is. You get the member shout out and stuff like that. But the Lefties Dungeon is actually a really good one. I think this is the best value for money, guys, if I'm being completely honest, because you've got videos, whatever, member shout, that's fine, connecting social media, whatever. We're gonna have member only live streams, we're gonna have videos and the Spider Girls creating this theatre thing, exclusive members only videos, and you're gonna be part of Discord. So everyone from this level up, from 8.99 up, get to be members of Discord, and that's where we're gonna put all of our trial stuff and things like that. So if you are going to join membership, I'd really suggest you do the Lefties Dungeon. Don't do the Ultimate Guilt Shake. That's just a bit of a laugh. If you got more money than sense, then yeah, by all means do it. But that was more of a laugh than anything else because I had to pick another one. So yeah, Lefties Dungeon is my recommendation. If I was anyone here, I finish when I want. Yeah, yeah, no, it's good seeing super chats. I mean, I've never experienced it, so but you're already in, Amy. Yeah, so you can look at it, but don't press anything because you know, as a mod, you get the access, so it's fine. It's the join button. Join button. That's it. To be fair, Amy sent me some earlier on. Um, yeah. Oh shit! It's not even 2 hours yet. To go on a laptop. Oh, right. If you're on your phone, basically on your phone, there's a way of doing it. You have to go on Google Chrome, then you've got to type in youtube.com or whatever it is. And then at the bottom somewhere there's three buttons, three dots. You press that and you put in as YouTube desktop mode. You press that and then you log in and then you can see everything. So don't want to use the app anyway. Nope. Three just set up and ready to go, and with all the improvement this score have been doing, it's so easy to use. Try the stream. Yeah, it is, and it's looking good, Spider. Looking good with you. Yeah, iPhone's crap. Well, any phone's crap. Oh, that's true. I didn't even know that. I didn't even remember that. Okay, that explains it. Yeah, yeah. I'm not on my laptop, so that's obviously. Yeah, they do take 30%, and I didn't know the App Store took 10%. But geez, yeah. So YouTube take 30% of everything I make. So which is a bit of a piss take. And if you come through Apple, it's another 10%. It's like, but what can you do in it? What can you do? It is what it is. Appreciate you all anyway. That's why Apple sucks, yes. But it's I'm not forcing anyone to Apple's ridiculous, right? I'm not forcing anyone to join membership. As I said, all the trials that people are here for, you see them anyway. They're free. I'm not, not charging for any of this stuff, like because you can just go and watch it on another stream. This is all free. It's the extras that we're charging for, a little bit, trying to make some money, and Discord is at the lefty corner thing. Anyway, what the hell is this? Okay, that's handy. It stars it every time you give him money. That's good. Lefty's not done with us. Well, I mean, also if you become a member of the Lefty Dungeon, then Lefty will be there. He'll be central. He'll be king, So also, Lefty, if you might be able to perform there if you want. Just for the ladies, Lefty and the ladies. Oh, that's nice. For new member, what's that mean? New member, Kim. You weren't a member, Kim, or have you just like unsubscribed and subscribed again? Oh, you're a new member. Oh, hang on. What does that mean? You're a member. You're a member, Kim. What the? Do I have to do something now then? I don't know. Kim's a member. Well done, Kim. Erin Hack's member. Oh, look at you guys. Look at you becoming members. Look at that. Thank you very much. Thank you, Erin, as well. Thank you, Kim. Thank you, Erin. It did work, Kim. I don't know how it all works either. I'm not up to date with all this stuff. I have to do all this myself, which means this is a disaster. Um, for anyone that's here and waiting for the trial, look, they're on lunch break now till 1 o'clock, Colorado Mountain Time. So we got a bit of time. Uh, so it sort of works. So thank you, Erin. Really appreciate that. Neighbourly gifts. What's that? What? Let me go into it. What's that? Gifts. I don't know how to enable it. I'll have to look at it properly again. I don't know how I do anything here, to be quite honest with you. I have no idea how it all works. Shelley and Lefty, thank you. Welcome, guys. I thought you were just subscribed. I didn't realise that you bloody became members. I was like, what's a member? I don't get it. But you've become members. Oh, hang on. I don't know how to. Oh, I don't know. I'm still learning this stuff, like So we'll Lefty the King, Lefty the King, going for Lefty's dungeon. Well, thank you very much, guys. I really appreciate all that. Ah, yeah, I get you, Kim. I get you. It's just more of a. It's just more of a. What do you call it? Didn't know. I don't know how to. Oh, I thought I'd done everything. Maybe I haven't. Do you know what I mean? So no, let me see for myself. Close that one. Oh no, it's there. It's there. Kim, it's there. Membership gifting. Membership gifting is there. So it's all good. It's there, Kim. You basically, or you just click the money thing and it says super sticker, super chat, membership gifting in the chat thing. Oh no, I've lost it. Oh no, what? Why is that coming back? Oh, okay, I understand. Lefty, lefty, oh, lefty. Thank you, my man. I don't know who got them, but I mean, look at that. How generous is that? Yeah, thank you, lefty, my man. Jesus. Oh, I don't know what to say. I appreciate you, my man. Oh, I see Spider Girl nabbed one. Jamie and Sea Swept. Why Spider Girl nabbed one for? Member. Yeah, I mean, we need. I look. It said to me by emojis, and I just went continue. I've no idea. I've no idea what. Yeah, we can get. We need to get emojis, but I'm not the most sophisticated person in the world to do any of this stuff. Um. Also, I'm not like I. I'm not the best person to speak when people are sending money. I'm not really. I'm not built like that. So yeah, I hate it because it's like, oh, I don't know. Yeah, I think Spraggle, I think it doesn't matter if you're a mod. I think it's, obviously you've got access because, it'd be a bit bad if you don't have access to the things that you're building, so. Yeah, no, I will, Shelley. It's just more of a, you know, um, nip one, absolutely need a nip one, pepperoni one, we need a nip one. Yeah, if anyone know, like, or can do them, then by all means, I mean, I'm all over it, do you know what I mean? It's just, I can't do them, so, um, yeah, I don't even I'm not creative like that, do you know what I mean? So, it's, yeah, nip one. I left the Expo one. Let's see, I'm not sure if I can change it to Expo, Lefty. If I can, I'll change it now. Let me have a look. Membership levels. Oh, okay, Lefty, I've done it. But it's gone off for review now, so it might not. Instant coffee emoji, yes. Nip clip, yes. Jesus, all you've all got the ideas, just I don't know how to make them. I don't know how to make them. So Lefty Expo is on the way, Lefty as well, just so you know. Um, it should notify me when it actually does it. It's in review at the minute anyway, so there's one left. Anyone, any strangers here, get a free membership, guys. Preferably not the mods because they do actually get full package. Oh, I just had a notification, Lefty. Your one might actually be ready. Where is it? Where is it? Publish. Lefty's Expo is now live. Lefty's Expo is now live. Said he'd be holding an eggplant. Amy got a membership of Lefty. It's all good. It's all good. I'd rather go. Obviously, Amy's a mod, but it's all good. Than they go to waste anyway. But yeah, I mean, it's got 60 people here. So we're not back for another 55 minutes. They're on lunch, but we're here. I never get a little bit soppy, so I'm a little bit like sea swept teddy bear holding an eggplant. Yeah. Hey, if people can create these things, brilliant. I just don't know how to create them in Vegas. Is there one more left? Is there? Oh, I thought they're gone. You see, very generous person, Lefty, isn't he? Do you know what I mean? Which tells Lady Law that there's something there for named after him. I know she's got a Guild Shakes, but still, Lefty's got Lefty's Expo in there, and he can claim Blue Wenches as well. So I had to mute I was like, I need to go to bed. Need sleep here. Like, there's one left, guys. Whoever's here, turn your gift thingies on. whoever is here. Yeah, if you're lurking, lurk away, guys. You get a free gift off Lefty. Lefty's been very generous today. Fair play to him. Yeah, well, you don't. Yeah, hey, look. Obviously, you can't if you want Madwell, but you get the full access anyway. So, I mean, I'm not going to say don't do anything because obviously every penny counts, but you literally don't have to do at all because you get the full access. Allow gifts and comments. John Lake, can you give a little explanation about this case? Yeah, I can, Erin. I can. Now that you're a member, I can. Otherwise, I'd be like, fuck off. Find someone else to tell you. Joking. Joking. So, yeah, might as well just allow it. You can have a free membership. So this case is about a man. We just found a man. Oh, right. So I'm just a little bit shocked. That's all. Anyway, Roots. I hope that Erin knows I'm joking. Hopefully. Um, you don't have to do 5 more to all Lefty because there's not even 5 people to take it. So, Erin, this case is about a guy in Colorado. So, the girl involved, she was 19 in 2012. She went to Colorado to try and become a model and stuff, and she became an escort, essentially. Um, and from my understanding, she obviously had clients, but the only one client that day was this guy. Yeah. Oh, do a lefty. Oh, thank you, my man. Um, was this guy Joel? But um, what happened was they questioned him and everything like that, but nothing was done. He didn't never got like done for it. So it went cold for about 10 years. The case did. Then from that, they did some interviews, which we found out today. They did some interviews. Um, I believe as a family member. The interviews were basically just to see if anyone had any new information because it's a cold case, and someone did have new information. And basically, what we heard was that Joel, had admitted to killing an escort years ago to, I believe, a what do you call it? An escort. Yeah, he killed an escort, but we didn't know. It apparently was a family member, but we don't actually know because it's embargoed, obviously. So from that, they then uh, questioned him because the witness said that the body of the escort was in the garden of Joel's parents' house, was basically tipped and stuff like that. Um, so that's it in a nutshell. This guy is accused of killing this woman when she was 19. She would be, if she was alive now, she'd be 30. And he, at that time, 2022, um, got had a wife and 2 kids, and he was just divorced. So I think he was out and about trying to get his dick wet, type of thing. So he had the escort, and yeah, so February 2022, he got February 22, he got escorted. He got a $50,000 bond put on him, and I'm not sure if he's been in prison ever since. But in a nutshell, that's it. So we've had some interviews. The father's interview this morning. Um, her ex-boyfriend interview was on giving testimony, and then one of the detectives was just giving testimony. I'm not sure if anyone else did or not. I don't believe there would be in time-wise. So that's where we're at, Erin. Essentially, that's where we're at. Apart from that, don't really know much more than that. So yeah, Sarah P got it. Good, good. Glad Sarah P got it. There we are. Was it ex-wife, Shelley? Was it? Oh, I didn't know it was the ex-wife. I knew it was a family member. Yeah, basically Lefty. No one needs to buy membership. Just get Lefty in here, and he just buys everyone the wenches one. Welcome, Sarah. So yeah, that's all off the top of my head. Shelley obviously is our research guide, so she knows more than me. But yeah, that's where we're at. So they're out for lunch now. So the next witness had to get new tires for a car or their car, man or woman, and they won't be there till 1 o'clock. So they took a little bit of an early lunch, and they'll be back in about 50 minutes. So was it Christina? Yeah, they just said on the article I read earlier on that a named source type of thing. So I didn't know it was Christina. But also she's like a bitter ex-wife. So they're probably going to take that angle as well. Well, they found the body, didn't they, in his parents' back garden. So it's like, I'm not sure what his defense is going to be, to be honest. You know, there's not much he could do, I don't think. I'm thirsty, it's so warm today. Cooling down a little bit now, but still warm. Oh, so we've probably got another 5 hours, I imagine, of this. 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Oh, so we'll be finished by midnight my time then. That's all right. That's good. That's happy days. That's all right. Then tomorrow we're doing 2 trials. Bop, bop. Bom, 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 bom. 2 trials, baby. Bom, 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 bom. Mad, well, he's a big softie. Yes, he is. Fair play to him. Yes, Kev, they do. And Lefty, the funny thing is you're the only one in Lefty's Expo. So everyone's I'm not sure if that's a good thing. Maybe this the best value one, maybe they're all scared of you, Lefty. Lefty brings it to the yard every day. Oh, right. I don't want to see more of that. You simper. It's lovely to see the chat going like that, you know. Jamie, you're having a bit of a reputation now. Shelley number 2, now, you know, simping over Lefty. Jesus. Oh, am I the only participant again? Let's have a look. Yep, apparently. Look, we all like to have fun here, and to be fair, they all simp me. It's fine. Yeah, Lefty brings it, and Lefty brings all the girls to the yards, and they're like, "I'm better than yours," or whatever it is. So, Lefty does well for himself. To be fair to him, does very well for himself. Just over here minding my business. Well, you were, Jamie. You were. Lefty's dragged you in now. Erin simps over everyone. Happy days, Erin. Happy days. Just wait till I go live. Yeah. Bye your channel, probably. So yeah, that's good. That's done. Right, what are we talking about then? Because this case, we don't know nothing about this case because we missed the start of it. Don't really know who the jurors are. Oh, it's great that the jurors can ask questions. I like that again. I like that. You always ask jurors any questions. Also, I don't like the fact that the detective's got like, oh, I'm going to be bringing the detective back about 4 or 5 times, Your Honor. What? Just get it done. Just get it done today, now. Why are we going back the whole time? Lefty just thinks he can keep up with us. He can't keep up with the likes of us. Keep telling yourself that, C-swept. Hey, You girls, if you're off for a lefty challenge, he's well in for a challenge. Well up for it. So, also to give a plug as well, if you want, join the Alternate Corner Facebook group as well. I think we're gonna be putting it into private before long, so but it's on Facebook, the Alternate Corner. So have a look. Oh, that's a burp. I've got Sprite. Got indigestion now. Drinking lemonade I am, and I'm got indigestion. Erin, no clue. No, we missed it. So basically, law and crime fucked us. Basically, they fucked us. So what happened was, we were all waiting. We were like, hello, let's go. Law and crime didn't have it. Then Amy found me a link, and then Spidey found me a link as well about the same time. And then, yeah, what you see here is what we got. So we missed all open statements. We missed the father. We missed the ex-boyfriend. Caught a little bit of it, and now we're here. We're riding high. We're riding high. I shouldn't. Finale. I know. I don't. Ah, that's what. Look, I don't believe it's still there. I genuinely believe that I'm the only channel that is streaming it. Let me actually. What's his name again? I'll just put him in. Joel trial. Copy. Let's see if there's anything anywhere here on YouTube. Oh no. No, there's not. But I'm not even on there. If I put in day one. No, no. Nope. I'm not on there. It's a bugger, isn't it? On YouTube, I'm not on. Literally, I put my title in there and I don't come up. I might change my title then. Set my filters to live. Oh, yeah, 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 yeah. You're right. 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 Joel there. Filters. Yeah, literally, I'm the only one. Literally, the only one live. One person, and I've got 13 viewers. What's going on? Maybe people aren't interested in this. I don't know. So hot. I have to eat something. I had pizza, but now I've got Mars ice cream. Mars ice cream. I have to. I'm sorry we don't scream, but I don't give a shit. I am so not hungry, but I need to pick me up, like, you know. You were watching Vices this morning. Kara's name. Oh yeah, what's her name? Kara Nichols, isn't it? Oh, it is, yeah. Kara. Um. Okay, let me just put that in now then. Yeah, Kim, you're probably right. But it's more the fact that there's obviously some people that want to watch this, but they haven't. Jealous. I know. It's bloody nice as well. It's cool and nice. I'll go to my channel. Contents. Right, done that. What's going on with it? So it's the gag order thing, isn't it? I believe. Oh, okay, what I'm doing. Let's watch it. Where is it? I can't find it now, that's the only thing. Oh, surprise, surprise, it's not on Low on Crime, is it? Oh, I don't really. The only person doing it is bloody Emily D. Baker. Oh. Why isn't lawyer you know doing it? Somebody like that. Right, let's have another look here. News Nation then. Alright, whilst we're waiting, I don't like to do this, but I have to if you guys want to watch something. Oh, I wish someone else was doing it, but
Are you frozen? No, I'm thinking.
Are you frozen? She's like, I just don't know how to answer your question because this isn't really statistical. This is a representational graph of I don't know if it's people talking about this case or Brian Koberger or how they determine what was talking about this case or if it was keyed on the word Idaho. I don't know because nobody's ever made it clear. Maybe cross-examination will be better.
I'm not sure that I have a clear answer for that.
Her brain froze.
Not
her Zoom call.
Stuff that's coming out is the volume of stories increases, that there are fewer people looking at whatever kinds of stories those are.
Objection leading.
Oh yeah, that's fair.
I'm sorry, Your Honor, can you repeat that?
You can answer the question. The question was,
Okay.
We didn't hear subject matter, or at least I didn't. If somebody did, tell me.
would this tell us that even though there's a lot of
Right. Am I hearing like not to turn it on? I don't like this. I'm just doing it for you guys. I don't want to watch this with her, but do you guys want to watch it or not? I'm bearing through it for you guys, not for my own benefit. So if you guys, I've seen people don't want to watch it, I'm happy to skip it. I know. It's just she's laughing, she's commenting over everything, she knows everything. Someone said objection, she's like, oh, well, I suppose that's fair. I don't care what you think. It's not up to you to judge. The chat is bonkers. Let's see what she's.
stories coming out, for example, in May, the actual circulation of those stories is pretty low.
Yes, that would be accurate.
Okay. We go to the next. What is this?
This is what we call a word cloud, and it is a chart that
These are all the key phrases. Look, you guys, it's a words graphic.
Fucking show us then, you
Key phrases in the
dipshit.
dataset.
I wish I had Core TV.
Let's see.
Wish I had Core
What are
TV.
the key phrases in the data set? So this is a very big data set. Idaho students, Brian Koberger, Ethan Chapin, grand jury, Kaylee Gonsalves.
Nah, I'm done. I'm done. I can't do it. Sorry, guys. Mad World. What do you do? Oh, Mad World. You're mad. Mad World is mad. I just can't do EDB. Sorry, guys. It's just. I hate that. Hates it. Thanks for joining us, Mad World. You didn't have to, I appreciate you, contributing. You didn't have to do that at all. You know that, you numpty. But I love you and thank you for that. Every penny counts. Thank you. Right, EDB, piss off. I just can't do it. I forgot how bad she was. I just can't do it. One of the reasons that made this channel was because of EDB. I just can't handle her. I promised myself ages ago I cannot watch another EDB trial, and I thought, you know what, for my members now, or not viewers now, members, I'll do it. Can't. I can't. So if you want a refund, guys, tough, but I can't do it. Right, where we at here? Let me get this up again. Is Lefty gone or what? Did I miss Lefty going? I don't know. Kim, I don't know if chat can be demonetized. Shelly, I got your thing. Idea, yes, I need. She would strike me. I don't think I think I'm okay. Only because why would she strike me? I've got, I'm no competition to her. I don't think anyway. Also, she's got a goal if she strikes because at the end of the day, she's doing off court TV. So I thought you'd gone because everyone's saying lefty, 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 lefty. I thought you'd gone. But anyway, thanks, Shelley and everyone. I'm not gonna, do it anyway. But I don't, I can't handle it. Although Google Play, it doesn't work on my phones, but it does on my laptop. No worries, not well. You didn't have to do it anyway. You know that. Appreciate you though, but you gotta be in a mod. You got the whole thing anyway. So I appreciate the contribution. Does mean the world to me. You know that. Um. They're simping. Right, I need to put a tweet out to say they're on lunch tonight. Shelley's idea. I need to do that. Yeah. Kara Nichols. Fine. Oh, 2019. Good find, Shelley. Good find. No, Erin, the reason that it's so long, next witness won't be there until 1 o'clock. Defendant didn't die. His father died in November 9th, 2019. Yeah, 1 o'clock. Yeah, I thought say lefty only because she streams off everyone else's content. So I thought also all the pals do the same thing. So I can't multitask. So I'm just tweeting now. Kara Nichols death. Joel Hollendorfer trial day 1. They are out on lunch until 1 p.m. East Mountain Time. And come join me for live for the court process. Live. Okay, tweet it out. Lefty might be wrong about Jamie. um, Wouldn't be away. Joel took Christina for a ride, broke down and confessed. He thought his dad's death was because he knew about the body on his property. Oh, wow. That's dark, Shell. Carwyn, what are you saying morning for? It's literally, believe it's literally afternoon or evening with everybody. Carwyn Edwards, voice back. Guilt, yeah, I know, yeah, guilt. Tough guilt, innit? But what can you do in it? Took you 7 years to admit it. But to your ex-wife, though, do you know, why her? But it doesn't matter. He's now in court. New trial boy, Colorado, Kara Nichols' death, v. Joel Hollendorfer. So we'll just wait. It's on lunch break at the minute. Did she, Mad World? I didn't know that. Just testing. This is probably morning for you, Kara. You probably only just got up, have you, boy? I might have Gareth Lawley here tomorrow doing my internet, so hopefully. Yeah, I am an M sim. Mad, well, no one got my tweet last night about Mandy Matney. The reason I tweeted it was because 2 weeks ago, she was saying on a pod or something like how um she has a source that said that Stephen Smith and Buster were in a relationship. So I just literally said the same thing back, but about her. And yeah, I don't think people got it. Chandler did not get it at all. I half woke up, I went for a piss, came back, and I saw that. I was like, "What's Chandler on about?" I mean, what? Like, why Chandler? Why? Why you putting your nose into something you don't even know? But whatever. I mean, I get on fine with Chandler, but it doesn't make sense. Wish I been in beautiful Beulah all day. Yes, Beulah. Oh, bachan bachan, bachan bachan, Beulah. They came back sea swept at 1 o'clock, Mountain Time. So, oh my God, what time is 1 o'clock Mountain Time? What time? On? Oh yeah, no, it's yeah. It's gonna be like 20 something minutes, isn't it? I was thinking it was another hour and 20 minutes. You're on Mountain Time. That's fine. So it's 12:37 with you. So that's fine. It's 7:37 here. That's fine. As if we can read our own minds, sea swept. I say it, then you type it. It's happy days, isn't it? So an hour after me. Yes. Yes. Central Time you are, aren't you? Think if you don't know the content. Yeah, but my point is, well, either A, why don't you just message me and ask privately what it is? Or B, like, don't comment. And also that's why I put in, if you know, you know. Like, pretty obvious you need to be in on the joke type of thing. Yeah. And that's why if I saw someone's put in, "If you know, you know," I wouldn't comment on it. I'd just be like, "Leave it," but no, Chandler couldn't for whatever reason. But whatever. Um, most people didn't get it, which is fine. Do you know what I mean? I get it, but I wasn't gonna find a clip of her doing it because I'm not listening to that pod. Oh, Sally can wait. There was some movement there. Witness stand. Oh, witness stand is a host. Oh, yeah, that makes sense. I've no clue what you're referring to, but I get what you're saying. Yeah, it was 2 weeks ago. Monday said whatever she said about Buster, and then I basically posted the exact same thing, and then Chandler came around to say something about it. I was like, whatever. So I responded, whatever. My brain's 87% song lyrics and 70 dumb jokes and minus 32% math. Happy days. Happy day. Well, the thing is though, mine is for music, but I can start, but I can't like finish them. I don't remember the words. I have to make them up. Oh, Sally can wait. She told him too late. I'm making up words now. Yeah, I just like to make words up as I go along. Oh, Lefty, Lefty's been generous today. As I said to everyone, I say it all the time, I can't sing properly because I'll get copyrighted. So I have to sing a little bit out of tune. Because people ask me, you got a great voice, why do you sing out of tune? Because I'll be copyrighted, so it's simple as that, really. If I sound like you, I wouldn't. You have to, otherwise get demonetized. I've already had 5 videos demonetized, Lefty. 5. 5 of the buggers. I only started today. Mandy Matney, Shelley. We're on mute. Look at Carwyn. Coming in from the clouds. Mandy Matney. She's a shit stirrer, basically. Her and Liz. Liz Farrell, who is a rat. There's a rat in my kitchen, what am I gonna do? There's a rat in my kitchen, what am I gonna do? Bum bum, bum bum. Oh, you don't, Shelley, trust me, you don't wanna know that name. Why are they being demonetized? Content. Like, some of them I did swear a lot, and some of them I used, music I wasn't supposed to, doing things like that. Oh, it's so much better when you hit the mute button. Jesus. I know a song of Mandy, I don't remember it. I'm not gonna sing it. Don't know that name. You literally are blessed, Shelley. You are blessed because she is a nut job. Unlucky you're not on Twitter or anything because she's a nut job. She blocks her and the partners all block everybody. So, oh, I'm so excited and I just can't hide it. Barry Manilow, you came and you gave me without taking, but since you've been, oh, I love that song. But Annie, you're a fine girl. Don't know that one. Oh, Doc, I'll be back in a bit if my phone turns off. I'm not dead and murdering anyone. No worries, Murdoch. That's fine, C-Swept. That is fine. Just wait for this to come back. It's just a long break. Normally have a break now, but I'd already had my pizza. I only saw me eat my Mars ice cream. Lefty, have you upset Jamie so much that she's left now? Have you done that now, Lefty? Erin, are you still here? Good night, Murdoch. Erin's still. When I said Erin's still here, she comes up. Good night, Murdoch. Yes, the Murdoch. Where did you guys? Jamie loves me. Where did you guys watch Murdoch trial? I wish I streamed it now. Oh, do you know who's missing? Oh yeah, and they got Discord. Yeah, yeah, of course. Rockets. Oh, Sally can wait. Dun, 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 dun. No, no, I know, yeah. I was just wondering if you're still around. Uh, oh, right. I know someone that's not here who's gonna get a row off me. Rockets and Joe. Yeah. EDB made me go and watch Rokita. So EDB literally made me go and watch it on my own on Law and Crime Network, just me on my own. I just couldn't handle it. So I watched it, and then I found the DUI guy then, so I watched a little bit with him. Then they were promoting that James from Court or something. I had two lots, pepperoni, raki, rakita, 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 rakita. What did I say? Rakita. You spell it as Rakita though. Rakita. Fine. And then the other one was so it was a barbecue based cars with pepperoni on top. The other one was a plain cheese one, but again with a bit of a pepperoni and tomato base. Not pepperoni, a barbecue and tomato base. It's actually from um Farm Foods Boy. Lovely pizzas there. Rockets. But this is what confusing. You, so Arian spells is rockets. No, where's Arian gone? Oh, Redding says Rakita, as it's spelled. You said Rackets. I don't know who Rackets was. Um, then you say it's Raketa, 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 Raketa. And now I'm saying Rackets. Rockets. He he got a couple of pepperonis underneath. Carowin's seen me topless many times. Don't worry about that. We're in school together, man. Well, which one was it? Rakita, Rockets, Rakita. Oh, Sally can wait. Are you not entertained, people? I wouldn't blame you if you know. Hang on. We'll check. So, no, guys, what this is. Yeah, Lefty. I think you upset Jamie. I think she's left now because of Lefty. It's all good though. She'll be back. She can't do without Lefty love. Is this a new stream set? No. So this is how they've set it up, because literally I'm the only channel in the world that's streaming it. Can you see that? Attendees, Dylan Davis. Only one there. With the other three, right? And no one else is here, and no one else is streaming it. Minneapolis, a lot of people in Minneapolis. 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 Minnesota. 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 What do you say? Minnesota or Minneapolis? Or is it the same thing? Viking. Boom. Boom. Well, don't they not on YouTube? Are they on lunch break? They're on lunch breaks, yes, but we're doing the WebEx webinar thing. Law and Crime was supposed to do this, but they haven't done it. Minnesota. 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 I don't mind James from Cork, but he did piss me off one time, and at a popper in because he got too close to the prosecution, and he was making gestures about the juries and stuff, and he said, "Oh, he knew for definite that 3 jurors were voting guilty." And I just asked him, "How do you know that, James? Could you please?" And he couldn't answer. So, um, but that's the only time I actually don't mind him. But it's more of a he didn't like me after that because I called him out. Minneapolis. It's supposed to be Minneapolis, but we all call it, oh, Minneapolis. Minneapolis. Oh, Jamie's here. Jamie's back. Thank you, Jamie. I thought you left us, Jamie. I thought Lefty'd given you enough. But I hope James Court is okay because I know that he was struggling with some issues and stuff. So he's a good guy, and I hope he's okay. Just that one time I'm not even running. I just try to correct him. I said, if you're gonna report, please report correctly. Don't assume people are gonna vote guilty just on with nothing, no substance. But I know he's been struggling the last few months, so hope he's doing well. He lost battery. Lost battery. Lefty, listen to the poor alternate man struggle now. Why am I struggling? I've just said Minneapolis, 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 Minnesota, Minnesota. The quote words mini, which is Sky Tintin's Sota, which is waters. Oh, you're on an iPod now, Jamie. Oh, good luck. I think I was doing well with it, Erin. I don't think I was struggling. I think, Minneapolis, Minnesota, Minnesota. I saw it, Minnie, say. I saw it, Minnie. Minnesota, Minneapolis. Mini. Oh, you say Mini, so I can just call it Mini. Are we going to Mini tonight? Mini Vikings? Minneapolis. See? Minneapolis. Minnesota. Minnesota. Minneapolis. See, got it. Nailed it. Nailed it. Nailed it. I have nailed it. 9 more minutes without me having to sing a song, sing a song, sing a song. 9 more minutes not singing a song because everyone is bored of my singing. I would like to hazard a guess how many people have muted me right now, but I'm not from there, so I have no idea. But you're from Detroit. Da-da, da, Detroit. Oh, so today, actually, Detroit Lions. So I bought a vintage Detroit Lions um top, but it got lost in the post, so I don't have a Detroit Lions top anymore. Yeah, I've heard only bad things. I've heard about Minneapolis and Detroit, rough as hell apparently. Some weird sounding towns, better places to be from than here, to be fair. But Detroit's not one of them. Allowed to be recorded and juror got out of the jury box. I'm watching a trial. A judge doesn't allow to be recorded, and a juror got out of the jury box. And what, Shelley? What's going on? Oh, Tom says Shakopi. I'm more close to Flint, but yeah. Yeah, but hey, you know what I'm trying to say? I don't even know where Flint is. I got Flint in Wales. It's up in North Wales, but that's only Flint I know. Shakopee. 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 So if I turn up and say, "Hey, Shakopee, Shakopee, how are we, people? How are we, people of Shakopee? I'm here in Minnesota, Minneapolis." Flint, Michigan, where GM started. GM, don't know. You got it. Shakopee. Shakopee. This sounds like shock or pee. Which one do you want? Shock or pee? Shokopee. I live at 2050. I got relatives in Minnesota or Minneapolis, wherever it is. I told Lefty before where they are. I don't remember where they're from. So they've lived there for years. Shokopee. 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 Da-da-da-da, da-da. Let me look where my relatives are from then. Um, bum 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 bum. Now, where is this? Oh, so my family are from Stillwater in Minnesota. Never met them, but she's from Stillwater. So there we are. Wherever that is, that's where she's from, the family. My family members live in Stillwater. Oh, did you? Sorry, Lefty. Sorry. Sorry, I didn't see that. Sorry, I was looking there. Sorry, sorry, Lefty. Even though you got good memory because I never remember it. Oh, wow. Wow. Lefty there, we're gonna meet up for coffee. Look at them. Check them out. Or the pilot not from my house. What a boy. Right, let's tweet out that we're live again then, because I'm gonna get a chance here. There. Oh, right. Except for Carowin. Oh, blue is the blue, yeah. Right, come on then. Where's this link? I'll just do on Twitter now. Profile. I got monetized Carowin, so everyone's now is either green or blue and stuff because they became members. And you're the odd one out. Quote tweets. We are now live. Back live again. Look who's back. Back again. Lefty's back. Tell a friend. What's it? Kara Nichols. Joe. His name's Joel Hollendorfer. Tweet. Tweet. Done. We are now officially back live. Fine. Hi, everyone is welcome. Thanks, Lefty. So yeah, everyone knows where Erin lives. Well, we know where you live, Lefty, so it's fine. Just a knob's throw away from where you live. Minnesota is a small place, isn't it? Oh, it snows there, I heard. Dee-dee-dee-dee. Dee-dee-dee-dee-dee. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Oh, well, yeah, but to be fair, she did ask, we did ask Lefty is okay, and I just still love your voice. Oh, I should have played earlier on. Yeah, I think everyone's Jamie. I think everyone is as well. Do you know what I mean? That's fair. That's fair. I mean, however you want to describe your dick, Lefty, it's absolutely fine. Don't worry about it. Not the biggest, but not small by any means. That's fine. That's good effort, son. That's how we all describe it. Not the biggest, but not small by any means. It knows the work it does. Well, come on, you guys said 1 o'clock, so come on, courtroom. I got everyone leaving. Glad you caught it, Jamie. Glad you caught it. No one else caught it, so glad you caught it. Arctic isn't that comfortable. Oh yeah, the Arctic. We watched that stream as well. Why is it we've gone from 18 down to 11 and we're just about to return and they've all left for whatever reason? Well, they just waited. Oh, unless law and crime are now. Let's have a look. Oh, Amy, I'm sure. I have to move myself wherever. Oh. Well, at least there's action here, so that's one thing. I'm gonna be making a coffee as soon as they start now.
Rise for the jury.
Hi, Erin. Come on.
Please be seated. The jury is back, ready for the next witness, people's next witness.
I think the people would call Cynthia Iad.
Right, I gotta mute myself now.
Come on up towards the bench. Do you solemnly swear or affirm under penalty of law that you will testify to the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Come on through.
Good afternoon. Can you state your name for the record and spell your last name, please?
The name is Cynthia Ayad, excuse me, Cynthia Ayyad.
Ayad, what do you do for a living?
I am retired sergeant from the El Paso County Sheriff's Office.
And how long were you with El Paso County Sheriff's Office?
Approximately 25 years.
And that last rank that you kind of talked about, did you end your time as a sergeant?
I'm sorry?
Did you end your time as a sergeant?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
And in October of 2012, do you recall what your position was at that time?
I was a deputy sheriff on patrol for El Paso County Sheriff's Office.
And as part of your duties on patrol, what kind of reports are you taking, just in general?
Everything from fraud, burglary, robberies, missing persons, runaways, every 911 call possible, as well as traffic.
And were you notified of a missing person on October 14th, 2012?
Yes.
And who did you speak with regarding that missing person?
I spoke with a Mr. Paul Nichols out of Chicago, Illinois.
So did you speak with him on the phone then?
It was on the phone first, yes.
And did he tell you what relationship he had to the missing person?
He identified himself as, excuse me, as the father of Miss Kara Nichols.
And when you get a missing persons report like that, are there kind of steps that you go through to try and locate this person?
Yes, there are.
And can you tell me what generally those steps are?
1 second. Excuse me, please. When you take a call for a missing person, you identify the person who is calling you, what the relationship is to the individual. The last time the missing person being reported was seen, you gather information such as phone contact information, social media information. You get background information as far as medical goes, any kind of records, dental records, x-rays, mental health issues, drug issues, possible locations that they might have gone to, friends that you could contact to see if you're with them.
And are you also getting identifying information about that victim, such as like height, weight, tattoos, any other identifying features?
Yes, ma'am. We get their full name. We get the height. We get the weight. We get hair color, eye color, tattoos, piercings, scars, former surgery, possible surgeries that would leave any type of a physical scar, internal or external.
And after you've gotten all that information, are there places that you go to look first?
Yes.
That kind of you check off your list.
Yes.
And what are those places?
You start to develop a course, a map. You start with where they live. If they live with anybody, who they live with. You talk to those roommates or whatever the relationship happens to be. If they have places of employment, you go there. You check the social media to see if they have been active and who they've been talking to. You start to follow this pathway where you try and follow their tracks. In addition to that, you gather personal objects that would reveal DNA in the future if the individual does not or is not located alive. And in that case, I did manage to obtain a toothbrush that would possess DNA evidence.
From the missing person?
Yes, from her place of residence.
And I don't think I had you say, but who was that missing person that was reported to you?
Kara Nichols.
And are you also looking at hospitals in the area to see if someone is present there?
Yes, we checked with all of the local hospitals in the area. According to Mr. Nichols, the last individual to have contact with his daughter was her brother, and she had left him a message stating that she was going up to Denver to take a modeling job. And I had the hospitals checked, not just in the Colorado Springs, El Paso County area, but also Paso Rock, Douglas County, as well as the hospitals up in the area of the Denver Metro. And I also had other law enforcement agencies contacted from El Paso County all the way up the I-24 corridor into the Denver Metro area in the event that anyone possibly had contact with her. And it was documented in the dispatch records.
In addition to checking the hospitals, are you also checking with the coroner's offices in those areas?
Yes, ma'am. That as well, we give them the information of the individual who is missing, physical features, identifying features, and their name as such. Because if it's a body that is found without identification, it's important for them to know what some of those physical features are if they have a Jane Doe or an unknown person in their custody.
And were any of those checks successful?
No, ma'am. We received no information in regards to contacts with other law enforcement agencies, hospitals, or coroner's offices from here throughout on north through the Denver metro area.
And you spoke about knowing kind of where their last location was and whether they have a cell phone and that kind of a thing. Did you pull any cell phone records? in this case?
I did. I requested from our dispatchers to what we call pinging the phone. When you ping a cell phone, what happens is the cell phone will go off of the most current or nearby cell phone tower. And so I did make a request that they try to ping her phone, that the phone service would attempt to locate where her last known location was via her phone. In addition, I made a request, I put in a warrant to request phone records from her cell phone service to determine the phone calls that she had received, made, and text messages received and made.
And that emergency ping that you're talking about, that location information, is that kind of a thing that you're using as you develop information? It's not where you're sitting down and writing the warrant, which takes time to do. Are
Correct.
you able to do that immediately when you have a missing person or maybe somebody that you're looking at?
Sometimes there are certain criterias when it comes to trying to ping that phone. When we're talking about juveniles or people who have special needs or are considered endangered, it might be someone who has Alzheimer's or someone who is special needs. And we can generally get an emergency ping off of that from the phone services, AT&T and Verizon and such. If it does not appear that we have an emergent issue at the time, i.e. Alzheimer's or special needs, it takes a little extra time to get that phone ping requested and returned back to us.
So when you made that initial request, you didn't get that ping back from the phone company immediately?
Not immediately, no.
And even once you got that phone ping back from the phone company, is it fairly limited, the ping information versus writing a warrant for phone records?
It is.
In addition to looking at the last location and some records for Miss Nichols' phone, did you also determine that she was posting on Backpage?
That is correct. I had spoken again with Mr. Nichols, her father, and he informed me that he obtained new information as he was able to get phone records from AT&T. I believe he was he was paying the bills on that, the account holder, and he was able to get certain phone records. He started making some phone calls himself to see if he could find his daughter. And he had received information from one of those calls that she had posted an advertisement on the back pages, or what's called the back pages of a small local print media.
And were you able to find that ad that was posted?
Yes, ma'am, I was.
Can you approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
Show you what has previously been entered as People's Exhibit 27. This is the ad that you pulled.
It appears to be, yes.
And Is this consistent as far as date and time with the disappearance date of Miss Nichols? As far as when it was posted?
Yes, ma'am. It shows posted Tuesday, October 9th, 2012 at 7:28 PM.
And you can see that there's a, although redacted, photograph in this ad. Was that the only photograph that was associated with this ad when you pulled it up?
To the best of my knowledge, yes. I'm sorry, it's been 10 years, so it's,
No, that makes sense. Is that the only photograph you can see in the ad? Is just that one that's
yes,
redacted?
ma'am.
And did you determine where Miss Nichols was living at the time?
Yes,
she went
ma'am.
missing? And do you recall that address?
It's on Mission Road in Colorado Springs, Colorado.
Does 6710 sound like the address?
Yes, ma'am.
And once you were able to confirm that or get that information, did you speak with Miss Nichols' roommates?
I did speak with one of her roommates. There were others that were out of town at the time and eventually got an opportunity to speak with each one of them.
And so just to be clear on the timeline, the first time that you get information that there might be a missing person, something you need to look into is that October 14th, 2012 date.
Yes, ma'am, it is.
And is that the same date that you were able to reach out to Miss Nichols' roommates?
Yes, I believe so.
And do you recall the name of the roommate that you spoke with?
The first name was Jeremy. I don't recall the last name. If I'm able to look at the report to refresh my memory.
Certainly. The second to last paragraph and just let me know.
Yes, it was Jeremy Swope.
During your conversation with him, were you able to determine that he was the last person to see Miss Nichols? Before
Yes,
she
ma'am.
disappeared? And did he give you any information about her being with another individual?
What he informed me was that he had been spending some time that evening with another female at the house. He described her as white, blonde hair, roots were showing. He did not know who she was and did not get a name.
Did he see Miss Nichols get into this other female's vehicle?
He told me that Miss Nichols and that unknown female did leave. He said that they returned approximately 30 to 45 minutes later, and then Miss Nichols left in another vehicle. He did not have a description of the vehicle or the person that she left with the second time.
So the first time around, was he able to describe that female's vehicle at all? When
I
Miss Nichols left?
don't recall.
And then you were talking about that second time when Miss Nichols left on her own, he was not able to describe a vehicle or a person.
That's correct.
Yes. Objections overruled.
In addition to receiving quite a bit of information, including the identifying information from Mr. Nichols, did he also provide you with some items?
Yes, he did. He came to Colorado Springs and had access to his daughter's space at the home on Mission Road. He collected items and notified me that he was in town, and I met with him, and he turned those items over to me.
I'm approaching you with what has been marked as people's exhibits. Those, you know, if you recognize.
Yes, I do.
And what are they of generally?
I'm sorry.
What are they of generally? Let's start with People's Exhibit 1.
Okay, People's Exhibit 1 is an evidence envelope in which I placed a credit or debit card into it. I can tell that this was done by me as my initials are on the tape on the front as well as the back, my employee ID number and the date that they were placed into evidence.
And then what are the contents of People's Exhibit 2?
The contents of People's Exhibit number 2 is a key or keys. And again, it was placed into evidence by me. And again, that is identified by my initials on the front as well as the back with my employee ID and the date in which I turned it in.
Are they in the same or substantially the same condition as when you collected them?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, the people would move to admit People's Exhibits 1 and 2 into evidence.
1 and 2 are admitted.
And I won't have you open them up because you already described what you have there, but were those debit card and keys that Mr. Nichols collected from Kara's room?
Yes,
And did he collect any other items from her room that
He did.
provided to you?
yes, he did.
And what were those?
Some of those items were drug paraphernalia. And he brought to me a small trash bag that had some other remains in it that he didn't know whether or not they would be useful in our investigation. If I could refer back to my report, I don't recall everything that he returned over to me.
Certainly. Third paragraph, and I'll take that back from you.
Okay,
Was there a laptop and a charger that he provided to you
yes, ma'am.
and a cosmetic bag,
Yes,
a couple of journals that belonged to Miss Nichols,
yes,
and then a couple of hats or baseball caps that belonged
Yes.
to Miss Nichols? What's the purpose of those baseball caps?
The baseball caps were not recognized by her roommates as belonging to her. They did not belong to anyone in the home, and they did not believe that they belonged to Miss Nichols. So when we're thinking in terms of perhaps foul play in a missing person case, objects that are out of place are important.
Is it fair to say that at the beginning of an investigation like this, especially a missing person, you're casting a wide net?
I am, yes.
So we just spoke about some of the evidence items that you collected from Mr. Nichols. Do you recall when you collected those?
I believe, let's see, she was reported missing to me on the 14th. He came out to Colorado, I believe it was the 21st of October.
Okay. And then as a patrol deputy, it sounds like you had at least been working on this case for about a week.
Yes,
So pulling the phone records, all of the things that you told us that you completed. Did you eventually turn the case over to a detective at the El Paso County Sheriff's Office?
yes, I did.
And is that pretty common for the role of a patrol deputy versus a detective?
It is. Detectives have more time and they have designated units to devote. When I got to a point in this case that I started to realize that she probably didn't go away on her own, that there were more suspicious elements to this case. I realized that with all of the calls I was receiving on patrol, I couldn't, in theory, dedicate to the amount of time that she deserved in finding her. So I approached the detectives unit and I explained to them everything that I had found, what had been reported to me, and I shared with them my reports. And I shared with them that I was afraid that something bad had occurred, and asked if they would be willing to look over the case and take it on so that they can give more time to it.
I have no further questions. Thank you, Your Honor.
Cross-examination. Any questions from the jury? Thank you for being here. You may step down.
Thank you.
Well, that's nice and quick.
Thank you, Your Honor. The people would next call Kevin Clark.
We're all Kev Clark. No, that's quick. It's interesting. It's only in the what's his name? The OnlyFans stalker. Yeah, Erin, this was what I'm about to say now. The stalker and the OnlyFans was saying
Come on up here, sir, towards the
defense
bench.
never crossed hardly anything. And seems the
Do you
detail the
solemnly
same.
swear or affirm under penalty of law that you will testify to the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Come on through.
Happy times, Shelley. So Erin, no cross. I think we'll find that a few times in this one, no cross. Anyway. Time for me to shut up. Put up or
Good
shut up?
afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Can you state your name for the record and spell your last name, please?
My name is Kevin Clark, C-L-A-R-K.
And Mr. Clark, where are you employed?
I'm the Director of Crime Strategies and Intelligence for the 4th Judicial District Attorney.
How long have you been in that position?
Just over 2 years.
Talk to us about what you were doing prior to that position.
Sure. So I've been a intelligence analyst for just over 20 years. I got my start in the Air Force active duty as an intelligence analyst specializing in signals intelligence. From there, I was honorably discharged and I was hired by defense contractors where I did that for a couple of years. And then I joined the Colorado Springs Police Department in 2013 as a senior intelligence analyst in their Metro Vice Narcotics and Intelligence Division. Excuse me. And I did that for about 7.5 years. And then from there, I was brought on by the district attorney's office where I currently reside.
And can you talk to me about your education prior to those occupations?
So in the Air Force, I was a signals intelligence analyst. So I had beginner, intermediate, and advanced training throughout my 9-year career. Did multiple deployments to Iraq and other parts of the Middle East. My last deployment was specifically a counter IED deployment, which means jamming cell phones. So that way the roadside bobs couldn't be remotely detonated. And so in order to know how to do that, I had to have specialized training, which was put on by AT&T Government Solutions on how cell phones and cell phone networks operate. From there, local law enforcement, I received training from a nationwide company called Police Technical up in Denver on cell phone data and mapping. I've also taken level 1 and level 2 training by GeoTime, which is an international cell phone mapping software corporation. Over 500 law enforcement agencies around the world use this tool, which is what I used to visualize data. And then there's a specialized unit of the FBI called the CAST, the Cellular Analysis Survey Team. And it's comprised of agents who specialize in just mapping cell phones and cell phone data. And it's a 3-part course, and I've completed parts 1 and 2. I'm not an FBI agent, so I can't complete number 3. And then usually I do an online training. I try to at least every 6 months through National White Collar Crime Center, the DEA, ATF, just to stay current on the technologies. As far as formal education, I've earned a Associates of Applied Science degree in Communication Applications Technology, a bachelor's degree in Homeland Security. I went on to earn a master's degree. And then since I'm a veteran, I've got the GI Bill. I've gone back to earn certificates. Each program is just over a year long. And so I've earned certificates in digital forensics and cybercrime investigations.
And I want to talk specifically about having that mapping or cell phone data that you're looking at. How often or how many times have you done a type of analysis where you're mapping a cell phone location or doing analysis of the contents of a cell phone?
It's too many to count. It's probably close to 1,000 at this point. I've tracked people through their phones in at least 31 states the last time I've counted, for local, state, and some federal law enforcement agencies. I've testified, Paso County, Teller County, Fremont County. I'm supposed to testify in Baca County next month on this data. So numerous times.
And approximately how many times have you been endorsed and testified as an expert in the cell phone data analysis?
I've testified over 30 times, and most of those I've been endorsed. And I think there was 2, maybe 3. One was in front of a grand jury, and I think the others were a prelim hearings where I didn't need to be endorsed.
This time, Your Honor, the people would offer Mr. Clark as an expert in call detail record analysis and interpretation.
Objection.
All right, so this witness's testimony will be admitted as an expert, which allows him to express an opinion based on his area of expertise.
Mr. Clark, were you asked to review 2 sets of phone records for this case?
I was.
And let's talk about the first set of phone records. I'm going to direct your attention to the defendant's phone records.
Okay.
Do you recall what brand or type of company that he was getting his cell phone service from?
They were Verizon records.
And do you recall the phone number associated with those records?
I remember the first 6 digits. It was a 719322. And then I'd have to refer to my report for the last 4. Sorry.
And actually, if I may approach, Your Honor.
Yes.
And you, what has been marked as people's exhibits 24, 25, and 26. And actually, I'm going to start with 26 with you. Those records that we were just speaking about, the defendant's phone records, are those what you recognize as people's exhibit 26?
I do.
And are they a fair and accurate printout of the records that you've reviewed?
They are.
One of the people would move to admit people's exhibit 26 into evidence.
No objection.
26 is admitted.
Mr. Clark, I believe it's going to be on, well, it starts to be on most of the pages, but I think it's on page 3. Can you tell us what phone number this is associated with?
Sure. It's 719-322-8952.
I also placed in front of you a disc that has been marked as People's Exhibit 25. Were you also tasked with reviewing the victim's cell phone record?
I was.
And do you recall the phone number associated with those records?
I do. 719-352-4392.
And what you have in front of you is a disc. Are the phone records that you reviewed on that disc?
They are.
And are they a fair and accurate copy of the phone records that you've reviewed?
These are the AT&T records.
One of the people would move to admit People's Exhibit 25 into evidence.
No objection. 25's admitted.
And actually, we're gonna switch it around and go reverse order for going through the records. I want to start with your review of the victim's phone records. When you reviewed those records, was there any location information associated with those records?
There was.
And were you able to do an analysis that included mapping those locations?
I did.
And when you did that analysis, did you prepare a report?
I did.
And is that report in front of you marked as People's Exhibit 24?
Yes.
And is that a fair and accurate representation of the report you prepared?
Yes.
Your Honor, the people would move to admit People's Exhibit 24 into evidence.
May I approach?
Yes.
Okay. Not sure what we're up to now. Oh, the chat is getting busy with food, and I'm just concentrating on food now. Tacos, never had it. I don't believe I've ever had it. It's interesting with the defense not asking any questions. I love the fact that jury can ask questions. They haven't asked one yet, but I do love it though. Is this a Colorado thing then, or like Midwest or something? Why do they get to ask questions as jurors? Have you ever been to Granite City, Erin? So yeah, I do like that about the jurors being able to ask questions. I'm hoping that the jurors don't get exposed like they did in the Parkland shooter ones, which I don't think they will on here. Sherry's mentioned about a juror went out and gave someone a hug, witnessed a hug earlier on. Just nuts. When you think you've seen it all, you haven't seen it all. So the phone here is important. Apparently, the only thing on her phone was his number on the day that she went missing. So we'll see. We'll see. They got doxed moved up. Yeah, they did that right at the end, didn't they? As I think as he was walking out, wasn't it?
So, Mr. Clark, do you have People's Exhibit 24 in
Oh, that's
front of
cool.
you?
It's quite a
I
good.
do.
Actually, also going to put it on the screen behind you, if that's helpful. I'm not sure which one's better for you to view. So we're just going to go kind of page by page so that you can explain your process for reviewing the call detail records. I'm going to start with page 2. Just tell us generally, what is a call detail records analysis? We've used that. I've used that term. You've used that term. What does that mean?
So call detail records are the activity that the cell phone had through the carrier. So in the victim's instance, they're AT&T records, which is what we're about to look at. And it's anything that the phone did using the AT&T network. So incoming or outgoing calls, incoming or outgoing text messages, data sessions. It's a date and a time of when the activity occurred, and then which tower, and more specifically, which side of the tower serviced that activity in order for the phone to have connectivity. And using that data, you can map the general location of where a cell phone is. Now, this data is from 2012, so it's 3G data. And so it's a little more broad than today's data. Today's data is more GPS-like accuracy. And so what you're about to see general locations. I can't specifically say exactly where the phone's going to be at, but in the general area. So like a neighborhood versus inside of a house.
Can you use the word activity a couple of times? Can you talk to us about what type of activity you see? And especially since it is 2012, what activity you're not quite seeing yet?
Sure. So the activity you can see is whenever there's an incoming call or an outgoing call, the party that made the call to our target phone number or the number that our target phone number was making the call to how long it took for from the time the send button, the call button was pushed for it to connect to the AT&T network and then connect to their phone. For voice calls, how long those calls lasted for, if they actually spoke or if they went to voicemail. For text messages, it's just which numbers texting the other phone number. There's no words associated with it. You just see that on a certain date and a time, phone number 1 sent a message to phone number 2. And then for data sessions, it's basically a date and a time, the data session started, and the cell phone tower and location that used to service that data connection.
And so in 2012, we're not looking at the same type of app activity that you would maybe be able to see today.
Correct. The 3G network was essentially the first cellular data connection you could have on a mobile phone. And so there weren't apps like there are today where they run lightning fast. And so the data sessions aren't as frequent as we see today.
And moving on to page 3, you kind of have some pictures here to show us how the device itself is working with the carrier network. And can you talk to us about that?
Sure. So your phone has activity with a cell phone. They're called cell sites, cell towers, interchangeable. Just not all antennas are on a tower. Some are on the sides of buildings, things like that. So the phone has an interaction with the cell site, and then that's logged by the carrier. And so what you'll have is you'll have a business record of date and time, the phone number, that your target number, the other phone number that it interacted with, whether it was a call or a text. And then the other half of that is the AT&T network of they know where their towers are and they know which side of the tower the phone was on when it had that activity.
And so it's logging not only the activity, but the location of the activity as well.
For these records, yes.
And when you're talking about that activity and what that looks like, what form are the records coming in versus what you're producing as far as your analysis?
So the records come in a PDF form or like a notepad, Word document form. Now they come in an Excel form. And then I'm using a program called GeoTime that takes those records and visualizes all the data. So instead of me telling the detective, hey, at 9 p.m., tower number 3192 off of a 60-degree sector, the phone was there, that's not meaningful, that's not actionable to the detective. Mapping it so you can visualize where the phone was at and then how the phone moved around town is meaningful to the detective.
And this next page kind of shows it, but talk to us about what GeoTime does with that information so that it is a helpful visual.
So there's 2 parts to the records. You have the phone activity part, and then you have the cell phone tower part. And so GeoTime marries those up and shows you time and space. So when and where the phone was having activity.
And then tell us what it looks like once those 2 are married up.
So this is what it looks like. This is what you'll see in my work product or in my report. Each tower generally has 3 sides. Each side is just over 120 degrees in most instances, providing 360 degrees coverage for that tower. The towers at the base of what I refer to as the pie slice, it's that dark shaded area. Now the sectors don't look like this. They're not these perfectly rounded edges because it's just energy, right? And so as energy travels through space, it dissipates. And then there's things that make the signal weaker or block, such as buildings, mountains, things like that. And so it's not this perfect pie shape. It's more of like a splat. But for purposes of what this is used for, just knowing the general area of the phone, it works just fine.
And so in each of those 180-degree sectors of the phone, are you able to tell anything from there as far as directionality?
Yes, so we know where the tower is at because AT&T knows where all the towers are. It has a latitude and a longitude. And then in the pie slice, that's the antenna that the phone connected to. So we know that the phone is somewhere in that general area on that side of the tower.
And getting back to specifically your review in this case, you referenced earlier that you reviewed what has been marked and entered as People's Exhibits 25, which is the AT&T records. Is this, what did you get from this information that we can see on page 7?
So with the return, you get subscriber information. And that's usually the name of the account that the phone is in, how they pay, the billing address where the bill is sent to, when the phone became active, when the phone was turned off, things like that. And so I usually show who the subscriber is for the analysis product that I'm going to do.
And in addition, it confirms for you the phone number that it's associated with that particular device, and then the identifying information about the device itself.
That's correct.
Kind of like the serial number on the device, but it's the IMEI.
Yep. So on the lower half of the screen here, it may be difficult to see, but you have user information on the last third, and you have a couple of numbers on the right-hand side. You have the IMSI, that's your subscriber identity. That's the SIM card that's in the phone that allows that phone to connect to the AT&T network. That's how AT&T knows, oh, this phone belongs to us. We'll allow it to make and receive calls and texts and data sessions. The IMEI, the number below that, that's the equipment identifier. That's the serial number of the actual physical cell phone. And so if I was to take the SIM card out of one phone and put it into another phone, in my records, you would see the same IMSI, since it's the same phone number and the same SIM card, but you'd see the IMEI, the equipment identifier, which is the physical phone change. And that can be important to some investigations.
And then in addition to that subscriber information that we saw on page 7, can you talk to us about this, these records and the sample that you have on page 8?
So this is a screenshot that I like to kind of describe what the data looks like. This is exactly what it comes back as, and just some of the things to take away from it. So on the top left, you have the voice usage for, and there's a phone number. In this instance, it's 719-352-4392, which is Kara's phone number, the victim's phone number. And then you have an associated account number with that. And that kind of goes back to the subscriber and the billing information, but it's a way of AT&T to keep track of all their subscribers. And then you have just rows of data. And so for this, it's essentially rows 1 through 6. And so on row 1 at the top left, you see connection date. And that's the date that this phone had activity. And so in this instance, it's October 1st of 2012. And then connection time, it was 12:34 a.m. And then this is a voice call. And we know that because it says voice usage for. Once we get into the text messages, it'll say text message, and then data, it'll say data. And so the seizure time, that's how long it took for the originating number, the person who started the phone call, to hit send, and it took 21 seconds for the phone to connect to the network to make that phone call. In this case, the originating number is our victim, and so this is an outgoing call. The terminating number is the number received. So it's an outgoing call to 719-214-4990. And then the next column is the elapsed time. That's 14 seconds. And so this indicates that there was a 14-second call made from our target number to this other number ending in 4990, lasted for 14 seconds. The next column is the number dialed. It's somewhat rare, but every now and then you see where I dial a phone number, but that's not the ending number because the phone's routed or forwarded to another phone. And so that can be important in some investigations. And then the next two columns are the equipment identifier and the SIM card number for our target phone. And then you have the description column here. And these codes mean something. And so in this one, you see a capital M, the number 2, and a lowercase m underscore DIR. That means that this was a direct call. So phone number 1 was calling phone number 2, but our phone number is a capital M, which means it's an AT&T phone number. And it's a mobile. So cell phone number, mobile 1 is calling, so 2, the other mobile phone number, which is the lowercase m. The reason why it's lowercase is because it's not an AT&T customer. It could be Verizon or T-Mobile. And then on the reverse, when we see incoming calls, we'll see either a lowercase m if it's not an AT&T number, or a capital M if it's an AT&T number, the number 2, and then a capital M because this phone number is an AT&T. Now, if you look about halfway down, you'll see a lowercase m, the number 2, capital M underscore VMC. That indicates that this was an incoming call, but it went to voicemail. That's what the VMC stands for. And so there's a 6-second voicemail made from phone number 720-984-4405. I'm looking at line number 4. This is where it gets kind of goofy, because the line right above it, even though it kind of happens in sequence, it's line number 3. What this is telling me is that whoever called on line number 4 left a voicemail, because the ending number, the terminating number, was a number starting with 970. That's the AT&T voicemail inbox system. So whenever you see phone number 970-371-9275, that's how you can call and get your voicemails after that. But the elapsed time is both 6 seconds. They happened at the same time. And so this is how I know that at 7:56 a.m., this phone number tried calling our target number, went to voicemail, and a 6-second voicemail was left. So that's the call detail part. This is all the activity of the phone. The second half is how we map it, where the phone was at. And even though that voicemail came in, the phone was still turned on and it was on the network, because there's an associated tower and tower location and sector with that call. So just to kind of keep it easy, let's look at the very top one again, line number 1. You have a series of numbers here, 38997/12992. It's called your global cell identifier. With that combination of numbers, that's the only cell phone number in the world, and that's how AT&T knows where that cell phone's at. It's like a home address with a zip code. If you were to mail something, it's the only place in the world it would go to. And so that global cell identifier is located at, and then the next numbers are, the -104, and that's your latitude and longitude. So we know where that tower's at. And then at the very end, you see the number 130. That's the sector. That's an azimuth. So think of a clock, and the number 12 is 0 degrees. The number 6 is 180 degrees. 3 is 90 degrees, right? And so looking at this at 130 degrees, I know that the phone was somewhere, if 0 degrees is due north, it's going to be somewhere southeast of where that tower's at. And this is the part where this program, GeoTime, takes all of these rows and rows and rows of data and maps them and visualizes the data, because what I just read to you is, not very helpful. But when you map it, it becomes actionable and meaningful to the detectives.
So let's get to some of those things where we can see the actual map of the data. We're gonna move to page 9, where we can see a particular date and time reference. Can you talk to us about that date and time and what we can see on the map?
So what we're looking at now is October 9th of 2012 from 3 a.m. until 8 p.m. So this is a fairly large chunk of time, right? It's most of the day. On the top half here in the gray shaded area, that's your time component. So every dot is representative of either a call, a text, or a data session. On the bottom half, you have your space part, so where that activity occurred. And as you can see, there's a house on the map, 6710 Mission Road. That was the victim's address. The phone's using multiple towers that kind of overlap and provide coverage to the general area of where the victim was at. And so from 3 a.m. to 8 p.m., the phone had activity in the area of the victim's residence.
And when you say in the area of, are you able to say that Ms. Nichols was at her address for that entire period of time?
No, this is the device. So I'm not saying, a person. This is the phone. And then it's in the general area. Again, this is much older technology. And so it's just in the general area.
And so when you say the general area, it's in those kind of shaded diagonals that we can see on the map.
So it's the shaded diagonals represent the 120-degree sector off the tower. And the reason why the lines are dashed is because they don't look like that. There's no leash at the end of the signal saying, "Oh, you've gone far enough. Stop right there." It just kind of dissipates out into space. Think of like a flashlight, right? If I hold a flashlight out, it fans out a little bit and then it gets weaker as it travels away from the tower. But I'm pointing in that direction, and so the phone's somewhere in that direction. And so there is designed to be overlap to where two towers will provide coverage over each other. Think of when you're watering your lawn through the sprinklers, you want to have a little bit of overlap, otherwise you'll have this dead space in between where the sprinklers cover. Same idea here. You don't want to have dead space to where if you're driving and you're on your phone, you don't want the call to drop. And so there's a little bit of overlap in the coverage areas. And so these sectors here aren't exact. You know, I didn't go out with AT&T equipment and do power measurements. This is just geotime visualizing where the tower's at, that's a known, which sector it used, that's a known, and about what area that sector should cover.
And then moving on to page 10, what time period and date are we looking at on this page and map?
So we're starting to get into the evening of October 9th of 2012. This looks for the 1 hour time period of 8 p.m. to 9 p.m. And we see the phone travel. And how I know it's traveling is you take all those rows of records that we looked at earlier, and you have the date and the time and the tower that services the activity. And when those towers are elsewhere, we know that the phone can only be where that tower and sector provides coverage to. And so we see the phone take this loop where it travels kind of northeast, and then northwest, and then south, and then back towards the residence.
And just, we can see that circle very well visually with the arrows that you've drawn, but talk to us about the timing of when that path of travel began and when it ended.
So the red house is the victim's residence. And so we see 8:10 p.m. and 8:13 p.m. Those two sectors likely overlap. And so it's not necessarily that the phone left the residence, but if the phone was at the residence, this would support that. The phone began to travel at 8:24 p.m. because then it switches sectors. It switches to the northern bound sector near the house. And then at 8:25, it hits off the sector that's over near Mark Sheffel and Carefree. And then it travels west. And we have activity at 8:27 p.m., 8:29 p.m. And then it loiters in that area because the next activity is 8:55 p.m. So approximately 26 minutes, it's somewhere in that area. And then it travels south at 8:59 p.m., continues traveling and ends at 9 p.m. on the tower and sector southwest of the victim's residence.
And then moving on to page 11, does this pick up from that 9 p.m. cutoff that we had on the prior page to the 10 p.m. of that same day?
It does. You see that on the bottom left of the screen. And the phone travels back towards the victim's residence, but then continues to loiter essentially west of the victim's residence. And then it returns back to the area of the residence sometime after 9:30.
And was there a activity of note at 9:58 p.m.?
There was at 9:58 p.m. There was an incoming voice call from phone number 719-322-8952, which is the defendant's phone number. And it was a duration of 6 seconds. Now, when you look in the raw data, this went to voicemail, and so there was a 6-second voicemail left on the phone.
So with those codes that you were kind of talking about before, the M2M and then the, I guess, key that they used to say, oh, this wasn't a direct call or a voicemail, this one in particular went to voicemail.
That's correct. You'd see a lowercase m because this is a Verizon phone, and then the number 2, and then an uppercase M because it's our victim's phone, and you see the voicemail code.
And then moving on in time, here we're at 9 p.m. to 10 p.m. We're on page 12. What can we see from 10 PM to 11 PM?
The phone is back to the area of the residence during this 1 hour time period. And there's a series of incoming and outgoing voice calls on the left-hand side. And then on the right-hand side, there's 3 data sessions that were recorded.
And I want to talk to you just about the voice calls that we can see on the left side. Let's start with just the timing of everything. When is the first voice call that you have on this map?
It's at 10:04 p.m. and that's in the upper left corner.
And then 10:05 PM is the next one.
Correct. It's another incoming voice call and that's off the same tower and same sector.
And for those two, the duration is 8 seconds and 1 second.
That's correct.
And then it looks like there isn't any call activity until 10:43.
That's correct.
And what kind of activity do we see then?
That was a 50-second outgoing voice call to phone number 719-216-5049.
And then what can we see at 10:44?
An incoming voice call that lasted 9 seconds from phone number 254-433-8134.
And I want to address the one that is 10:05 PM. Can you talk about that phone number that you can see on your report?
703-987-5693.
And we're looking at a report that shows like hours and time kind of broken down.
Yes.
But did you review, to an extent, all of the phone records?
Yes.
And then did you see any outgoing calls from the victim to that phone number when you reviewed the records?
No.
So this was the only call from that number incoming.
At 10:05, yes.
And then moving to the bottom of the map here, there looks like there's a phone call at 10:45 PM. Can you talk about that one?
So at 10:45 p.m., there's an outgoing voice call from our victim's phone number. It lasted 1 minute and 11 seconds to phone number 719-322-8952, which is the defendant's phone number.
And then how about at 10:58 PM?
At 10:58 p.m., there's an incoming call to the victim's phone that lasted 33 seconds. And that was from, again, the defendant's phone number.
And then moving on to page 13. On page 12, we were looking at the call activity from 10 to 11 PM. What type of activity can we see on page 13?
So this is the same window of time, but it's just the text activity. If I were to map out all of these text messages, the map would be too busy and you wouldn't be able to see anything. And so this was the best way to present the data for this time. And it's just incoming and outgoing text messages to or from the victim's phone.
And as far as you didn't map each and every one of those text messages, but is the map on the left show where the phone is based on that text activity between 10 PM and 11 PM?
That's correct. And again, see how the sectors don't touch, where Highway 24 is like a dead space? That's not going to be a dead space in real life. If you were to go out there and measure the power from the towers, it would cover that highway. And so this is kind of tricky because it's older technology. 3G is not in existence anymore, so there's no way to go out and measure and see. But there's a fairly large hill in this area. And so the reason why we're seeing 2 towers is there could be some blockage due to that hill. And so the phone is always evaluating its environment to get the best quality signal. And so at these times, the best quality signal may be from the tower to the north, or it could be to the tower to the west. And again, if there's some sort of secondary information from a witness or surveillance or something saying that the phone was at the residence, this could support that data. And so it's not necessarily that the phone is moved. This tower could also provide coverage to the victim's location.
And this is quite a large list of text messages, so we're not going to go over each and every one of them, but I want to draw your attention to kind of the bottom portion of the text messages, starting with the one that occurred on 10/9/2012 at 10:54 p.m.
Correct. So it's shaded in gray. Incoming messages are gray, outgoing messages are white. And so at 22:54, which is 24-hour clock time for 10:54 p.m., there was an incoming SMS is code for text message, stands for short message service, from 719-322-8952, which is the defendant's phone.
And then the next activity,
The next activity was a minute later at 10:55 p.m., and the victim's phone sent an outgoing message to the defendant's phone.
and then skipping one of the lines down to 10:57.
So then 2 minutes later, there's an incoming text from the defendant to the victim.
So I know I had you pointed out in that very small text on that last page, but what does page 14 show for us? What kind of activity are you summarizing here?
This summarizes the activity with the victim's phone and the defendant's phone.
And at all times during at least this contact between the two devices, the device appears to be at that 6710 Mission Road address.
Correct. These are the 2 towers and 2 sectors. So the phone's still in this general area from 10 to 11 p.m. It's the only 2 towers and 2 sectors that were utilized during this entire time. But I just wanted to just isolate the defendant's phone number and activity with the victim's phone.
So I'm counting 5 different activity points during
That's
that time.
correct, between text messages and calls.
Let's move on to page 15. What time period are we looking at on this page?
So now we're looking at 11 p.m. Until the end of the day, midnight on October 9th of 2012.
And what can we see? Let's start with the activity actually that's in the bottom left at 11:08 p.m. What kind of activity do we see there?
So at 11:08 p.m., there's an incoming voice call from the defendant to the victim that lasted 14 seconds.
And then after kind of the mapping that we can show around that 11:08 p.m. time period, does it appear that the device is moving?
The device begins to move between right around 11:21 p.m. It's definitely moved. It's traveling north.
And talk to us about that direction of travel of the device.
Sure. So at 11:21 p.m., we see the phone use a new tower and a new sector north of the victim's residence. From 11:22 p.m. to 11:28 p.m., it's still continuing north. 11:30 to 11:32 p.m., it's still north, but a little bit northeast. And then 11:34 p.m. to 11:41 p.m., it's now still north, but begins to travel east. An important event is at 11:41 p.m., there was an outgoing text message, and this was the last mappable outgoing activity from this phone. And then it continues east, and it's utilizing a tower and sector that is essentially out in Falcon, Colorado. And it has activity from 11:42 p.m. until 11:59 p.m. And that 11:59 p.m. was an incoming voice call that went to voicemail, but the phone was still on and on the network because we can map the location. It was a 9-second voicemail. And then 17 minutes later into the next day, so at 12:16 a.m. on the 10th, the phone's off the network because the calls are just going straight to voicemail. There's no towers servicing those incoming calls to go to voicemail. The phone is off the network, and it never comes back on.
And so going back to that last outgoing activity that you talked about at 11:41 p.m., is that the last time that the activity was initiated by the device, by the victim's device?
Yes, that one that we can map, because there is a picture message, but the way the coding is, you can't see if it was actually sent or if it was transmitted and delivered. But when that picture message was logged as trying to go out, the phone was off. And so sometimes when you send a message and you don't have good coverage, it'll stay on the network for a little while until it can be delivered. But in this case, that did not happen. We don't have any towers and sectors that provide that. So this 11:41 p.m. is the last mappable outgoing activity from this phone.
And when you talked about the last mappable activity, you talked about it being at 11:59 p.m. and then you talked about it, the phone being off network at 12:16.
That's correct.
So is there anything, any activity that you're able to look at, mappable or otherwise, between 11:59 and 12:16?
Nothing. No. That's it.
And then when you say that the phone is off the network, can you talk to us practically about how that can occur?
Sure. So in order to be able to map these sectors, let's take calls, for example. A call has to be made or received in order to be able to create this visualization. In order for that to happen, the phone has to be turned on and connected to the network. Well, there's no more outgoing calls. All the activity was now incoming, and there was no tower to service that because the phone wasn't on. There was no more data sessions. And so independent of voice calls, usually data sessions will be present still because the phone will still connect to the towers. Those were off. No outgoing text messages. Everything that was inbound was going for calls was going straight to voicemail. All the incoming text messages were not responded to. And how that happens is either the phone is turned off, the phone's battery dies, or you're in an area that doesn't have any type of cellular coverage.
Now I'll move on to page 16, where the activity on page 15 was from 11 p.m. to midnight. What activity are we looking at on page 16?
We're still looking at that same time frame, the 11 p.m. to midnight, but on the slide before, we were showing the where. And this is the what. Who was calling, who was texting, who was the victim calling or texting with at the time. It's just showing whether it was a call or a text message and what the other phone number was, and then when that occurred.
And so this particular slide includes both text messages as well as voice calls.
That's correct.
So going back to 15, right here, you have just a couple activities that you have highlighted.
Yes.
One is an incoming call from the defendant's phone to the victim's phone. Then you have on there the last outgoing activity and the last mappable activity.
That's correct.
But during, oh, go ahead.
And all these other dots and pie slices that you see is comprised of what's on page 16. That's all the activity that made those pie slices happen.
And that's what I was going to ask you. So you didn't have just specific dots for each one of them, or that kind of informational box that you've put on there for each one of them. But the activity on page 16 is what you use to map what we have on page 15.
That's correct. If I was to label each one of those dots, the map would be, you wouldn't be able to see anything. The map would be so cluttered. So this was the cleanest way to do it, to where if you wanted to see, for example, the incoming voice call at 11:08. Let's do the outgoing text at 11:14 p.m. You flip back to that page and you see where the phone was at 11:14, if it was important to the investigation.
And then I'm going to move back to page 16 to go over a couple of details. I'm looking at 5 boxes down at 11:02 p.m. There's a voice call to that 970 number. Can you remind me what you told us about that number?
Let's see, there's an outgoing voice at 11:02, but I don't think it connected, if I recall right. And then there was the one more at 11:10, and that was the last time we see that number, that 970 area code number.
And is that,
Wait, hold on a second. Can I check my notes real quick?
Governor, may he refresh his recollection?
Sure. Thanks, sorry.
Spidey. Tell Shelley all about Discord. She's scared of Discord. Tell her how good it is. Or tell me how good it is. Because that's where all the documents, everything's
Yep,
going,
sorry,
isn't it?
that was my mistake. I was thinking of the other number that you asked me about. That 970 number, that's the AT&T voicemail box. So that's the phone checking for a voicemail.
Okay, so, and thank you for clarifying. That's what that's where I was going with that, but there are a lot of numbers associated with.
There are, and I thought that was the other number you were asking about earlier, and I was like, nope, 970 is the the voicemail number.
And so it appears from the records that at 11:02 and then again at 11:10 PM, that device is checking voicemails.
Yes,
And is that 11:10 PM voice call checking voicemails the last outgoing voice call this phone makes?
it is.
And then going down to the bottom of the page, we see that last outgoing text message at 11:49 PM.
Yes.
And what number was that to?
719-235-3426.
And then there is one indication on this page, which is actually reflected on page 15, but it, is there any contact between the victim's phone and the defendant's phone that is listed on this page?
On page 16,
Yes.
at 11:08 PM, there's an incoming voice from the defendant's phone to the victim's phone.
Now, on page 16, along with the voice calls, there's a number of SMSs that you were talking about, or the text messages. I think you talked about this earlier, but I just wanted to clarify. Did you receive the content, like the words of those text messages, along with the date, time, and location that you've talked to us about?
No, I couldn't. You don't get the actual words that were transmitted. You just get the date and the time and the two numbers that are texting each other.
And is that because of the age of these records from being in 2012? Why is that?
It is. There are ways to preserve that data to where if you don't have the physical phone, the messages stay on the network for about a week. And so there's ways to get those messages from the carrier. But after that 5 to 7 days, they're gone. And so the records are too old to get those messages back.
So you could either have the phone and get the messages from there, or if you know within a week that you want the content, you can get it from the carrier.
That's correct.
And is that the case now?
Yes.
And is that common throughout different cell phone companies as well?
Yes.
I want to switch gears a little bit with you and talk to you about People's Exhibit 26, which is the defendant's phone records. And you have a paper copy in front of you, correct?
I do.
Okay, I want to draw your attention to page 10 of those records. And it's also behind you on the screen. I'm actually not, they're both tiny, so I'm not sure which one would be easier to read. But tell us what, especially on page 10, what date and time range are we looking at for these records in particular?
Okay. Okay, yeah, it's gonna be impossible for the jury to see them, but for page 10, at the very top, it starts on October 8th as the first record. And the last record on this page is October 10th.
So it encompasses the entirety, really, of October 9th, 2012.
It does, yes.
And are you able to, and I'm gonna, hopefully this will be helpful, I'm gonna zoom in on the bottom of that page, so it's a little bit bigger. Are you able to identify or kind of connect those records that you saw from the victim's phone to call records on the defendant's phone?
Yes. So what we just looked at was AT&T data from the victim's phone. Now we're looking at Verizon data from the defendant's phone. And so we just spoke about 11:08 p.m. where the defendant called the victim. We saw that in the victim's records. Well, this is just the other side of that through Verizon data. And it shows the same thing at 11:08 p.m. There was a call with 719-352-4392.
And that's the victim's phone number.
That's the victim's phone number.
And so we see here all of the 4 voice call contacts between those 2 phones that evening.
That's correct.
Did the Verizon records have location information with them?
They do not.
And why is that?
Well, Verizon's never kept records for text messages, so we wouldn't have that anyway. But I don't see the tower portion of the records for this, and it's been too long. They don't preserve that type of data. And so what we have here is we know when and with what other number the phone was communicating with, but unlike the victims, we can't show where the defendant's phone was during these times.
And it's cut off on this particular zoom in, but are you able to tell when these records were produced? It's kind of like a bait stamp on the top of the page.
I see Wednesday, 8 October of 2014.
So if there was location data that Verizon was keeping at that time, would they still have it in 2014 if the calls are happening in 2012?
The best answer is it depends. It depends on definitely not for text messages because that never would have been a thing anyway. But it depends on what records were available at the time. It depends on what the search warrant requested, depending on a couple of things.
And going back, actually, I still have it up here. Looking at the ending activity on October 9th, that 11:08 phone call to the victim's phone number, is that the last call activity on October 9th?
It is.
And when is the next call activity?
The next day on October 10th at 8:47 a.m.
And obviously you talked about we don't have the text messages on these records, it's just call records. But is that showing that there are no phone calls from 11:08 p.m. until 8:47 that next morning?
That's correct.
Just one moment, Your Honor.
Lefty's in his element at the minute. Fair play. And thanks, Lefty, for gifting more people. I really appreciate you, my man.
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Members
see
of
if
the
they
jury,
cross.
let's take 2 breaks this afternoon. Since we started at 1, let's take a 10-minute recess now. All rise for the jury.
All rise. I can't see how many gifts Lefty's got left, so has he got any gifts left? No one's streaming it anywhere then I guess, so they will be streaming. Well, the bailiff. Did you? Hey, I know that you got an award off Lefty, Lady Law. Press the join button so you can see what the categories are, what they're named and stuff. Take a look.
Mr. Husher, any further argument on the
You get a
addition of
mention.
24?
Not at this time, Your Honor.
Okay, I'll do a little bit of research and I'll announce a ruling when I come back. People?
Your Honor, I just wanted to state logistically, obviously, we're moving faster than expected. In this case, we are flying in multiple witnesses from out of state, as well as lots of people who have vacations or trainings or anything like that. So there's I would say we are more likely to end fairly early today. And so we are adjusting everything so we don't have that in the future, but just a heads up, we're probably going to end more before 5 by a
Okay.
lot.
Okay.
So
And then you're making arrangements for Thursday, Friday,
yes,
based on the
to
pace.
fill all of that in, yes.
Okay. Okay.
So we're still on track. We're ahead of schedule, so.
Okay, very good. Anything from defense? 10 minutes?
Okay, fair enough, Lefty. I will tell you what they are then. Hang on, let me find one. Lady Law, you'll love it. So memberships. View membership levels. So Lady Law, I just wanted the theme on this channel. So fuck, where's it gone here? So the first one is Blue Wenches Club. Second level is Lefties Expo. And the top tier, you can't get any higher, is the Ultimate Gilf Shakes. So everyone gets a little bit of a mention there. Yeah, they are. The judge is very softly spoken. He's like, okay, don't worry, it's not your fault, it's fine. Am I still the only participant? Let's have a look. Yeah, only participant. I'm a little bit confused on this trial, if I'm being honest, so far, because the witnesses have been off the phones. So, okay, we established they phoned each other. We knew that anyway. And the drugs and stuff involved, fine. But it's like when we get into the murder, when we get into the, the juicy bit here, we learned lots of Shelley, that is the ex-wife that dobbed him in 2019 after his father died, which I didn't know. I've not read that anywhere. And everyone's trying soft spoken, give us a shout or something. I know. The judge is very soft spoken. Very. And it seems that you're right, actually, everyone is. Now, the defense have not been crossing that much. There's a couple of witnesses they've not even crossed. So that's going to be interesting now. See what happens here. Are they going to cross this guy with his 3G, which can pinpoint a neighborhood, he said, but not actual house. But 4G and 5G can. So old technology. How much have we advanced in technology? Jesus. Lefty being quiet is not a good sign. He's either somewhere else causing mischief, or he's thinking of something to do. But thanks, Erin. Thanks everyone that is still here. Yeah, the Michigan trial is a bit of a bugger. I'm lucky though of Amy and Spidey, because I wouldn't be streaming this. Law and Crime, they fucked us all over. And Court TV, they're not on the channels. So the Michigan trial that MS Law was doing is no longer being streamed. So that's buggered a bit of his plans. And had it not been Amy and Spidey, I wouldn't be doing this. So I'm grateful to everyone for the support and for the input. And Shelley, number one researcher, thank you to you. Jamie, number two as well, thank you to you. Why is the chat gone quiet also? Why has it stopped speaking? Is it because everyone's gone to get an instant coffee or something? I need a coffee. We got nothing to add in here. We missed the openings. We missed the father's testimony. We missed most of the ex's testimony. And we came in for the detectives. I gave this guy a super chat and 10 gifted subs, and he's running his. No, no, I'm not. I'm so grateful. I'm so grateful to you, Lefty. Absolutely grateful. You've been more than kind, Lefty. Oh, well, no, there's no perks info. I'm not giving perks info. So the first level is called, right? If you're buying you are at the um the Blue Wenches level. The next level is the Lefty Expo, at the next level, and the ultimate level, the highest level you can have as a member is called after you, the ultimate gilf something. Oh, the ultimate gilf shakes. The gilf shakes. That's the number 1 tier. I know. Thank you, Lefty. Hello, reasoning is key. Welcome, first time here. Spider Girl, bedtime, no worries. Sweet dreams, Spider. Thank you very much for all you do for this channel. Appreciate you. But reason is key. Hello, where you from? Reasoning is key. Welcome to the channel. Really pleased to have you. Oh, I better put you on here. First time. You know what? I always say this. The hardest bit in any new stream is to say hello. It's the hardest bit. I was saying earlier on that how many people have said hello and then not left. Can't even get rid of them anymore. So reasoning is key. Welcome. Please say hello. Where you from? A little bit about yourself. Um, most of us are idiots in this stream, but we're good-hearted idiots. Yeah, reasoning's key. Everyone's getting, you gifted. Chat more reasoning is key. You'll get a gifted sub. Yeah, Lefty will give you a sub. If you you'll be a blue wench. The DMV. Now, I've heard of the DMV. Where is the DMV? Oh, I've heard of it. Reasons key. You've made it to hello, buddy. Exactly. That's all you needed. Say hello and you're done. DMV. What? I've heard of the DMV before. Reasoning is key. If you allow DCMD. Oh, okay. I've never heard that before, but I've heard of DMV actually. DMV, if you change your settings, yeah, I thought Department of Motor Vehicles actually. Lefty saying if you change your settings to allow gifts, he will give you a free membership. Very kind of him. I don't know how you do that. Um, but oops. Hello, Reason. Make sure to turn on gifts for this channel. Yes, so you can get a free membership. Does anyone know how to do it, guys? I don't know how to do it. Great to see you here. Sorry, I was saying the channel wrong. What's the channel? What? What are you coming over from? Oh, a jar. What's a jar? Oh, Shelley, you brought some people over. Oh, that's awesome. Well, Shelley is our number one researcher. She's the best. Judge R's. Oh, welcome everyone from Judge R's. Thank you very much for being here. Um, they're random. Just by YouTube gives it to people at random. Ah, okay. Lefty's being the best today. I mean, I can't fault him. He's being the best. Um, but yeah, welcome everyone from Judge R's, and thank you, Shelley, for bringing people over here. We really appreciate it. We're only a small channel, but if you like Shelley and if you like um things like that, we only ask that people aren't rude to each other and not racist and stuff like that. Apart from that, anything goes. If you got documents or anything you want to discuss, the chat is here for it. We love it. So let's just get okay, so there we are, guys. If you're new here and you want to become a member, just scroll up to the gift icon and tap on it to enable gifts. Um, and then you get a free membership. I'm not an awful whose heart is full. I'm an awful person whose heart is full of hate. You're not. Full of love and gold. Please like, yes, please like the video so it does help me grow the channel. We're trying to get more and more people here, more like-minded people here. Um, we don't mind if all think differently, just as long as we engage in a nice debate. It's all good. And also, we've got some of the best researchers like Shelley, Spider Girl, Amy. Oh, I mean, I could name loads of them. But we've got Jamie as well. They're all fantastic. So we've got a good bunch of people here. or you ask people not to be rude. It's I mean, not rude to other people. I mean, Lady Law's fine. Lady Law's fine. You give as good as you get, Lefty. Happy days. Happy days. That's the Detroit in you. Close enough. Close enough. And thank you again to Lefty for giving another sub out. Lefty, Jesus, I mean, thank you. Thank you so much. All you need to do to say thank you back to Lefty is rebuy. Make sure you rebuy your next month. Otherwise, I'll go from like what 15, 16 subs to like 2. So yeah, as I say, welcome. Please stay around. We've got this. They're only on 10-minute break. It's a bit of a funny one, this trial. Bit of a funny one. We've missed a lot of the start for the openings and stuff like that. And we've missed the father's testimony. We missed most of the ex-boyfriend's testimony. He was into drugs and he was blaming her for being involved in drugs and stuff. But it's a really, really interesting trial. From what Shelley's told us, and yeah, I'm looking forward to watching this. It is. Hang on, let me tell you. It is Judge Bain. Judge Bain, and welcome, Wiz Stitcher. You're the first time visit here as well. So welcome to you as well, Wiz Stitcher. Thanks for commenting. I hope you stick around. I hope you all stick around. Do you know what I mean? We're not everyone's cup of tea, but Bane from Batman, that's the one, Lefty. You just decided to become a judge, like, you know. Um, so yeah, hope you stick around, Wiz. Hope everyone sticks around. You know, love to have a little nice community here. I think you're right. I think you're right. Awesome, Wiz Stitcher. Well, make sure you subscribe to this channel. Make sure you give the video a like as well. Press the notification button if you do like it. I mean, there's loads of people out there streaming different stuff. I'm sure, as you know. Leaving some done with a cruel harassment. But we like to have a bit of fun in this stream. We just have to. We got a Lefty who says he's going to work, but he'll be straight back in chat. And we love him for that. We're grateful for him. So yeah, I mean, voice teacher, please comment anytime. Don't think that you can't comment because you can. No, post it in, man. It's fine. I don't mind. Just post it. I've never rude Lefty lulls. As long as you subscribe to me, with Stitcher, I don't care. You know, respect is respect. Yeah, you are. Here we go. We're back again now.
Recalling the case without the jury present. I only had 10 minutes to look at this, but I found
Thanks, man.
National Canada Corporation 868 P. 2nd 1131, where two, I assume, expert witness appraisers testified, had generated reports before the trial. At the trial, the experts testified in a detailed fashion to everything that was in the appraisal reports. But then the proponent for those reports moved to admit the reports as well, and the trial court said no, based on 403 cumulative ruling and on appeal that was upheld by the Court of Appeals, finding it's not an abuse of discretion to not admit reports when detailed testimony has already been given. The court further went on to note that in general, such expert reports are hearsay under 801C and generally are not admissible except as provided under specific rules or statutes. Here, I find this is an exceptional circumstance. This is not like the appraisers who presumably wrote a 10-page report with 1,000 words in it. This is a report, all of whose information has already been admitted, namely in the nature of the two phone records for each of the two phones. And these are a number of diagrams plotting the physical locations. And I find that the presentation, at least on direct examination, has been very helpful to the jury. And it just makes sense for them to be able to have access to the diagrams that have been presented. So I am going to admit 24. Otherwise, we're ready to resume with the next witness?
With the cross, but yes, you're
Yeah. Okay, let's bring the jury in.
So quickly, reasoning is key. This is about this was a cold case in Colorado. The she was called Kara Nichols, and she died apparently according to Joel Hollendorfer in
You want
2012.
Mr. Clark to retake the witness stand?
That'd be great.
2012, and nothing was done till 2019. Joel's ex-wife dobbed him in and said, "Look, he told me that um, he killed her." So in 2022, when she told the police that, he then got arrested. Um, that's the gist of it. He buried her in his back garden, his parents' back garden, and oh, oh, happy days! I'm glad that he's justice seeker, Shelley. Um, So it's taken basically 11 years to get high crime spies. It's taken 11 years to get to court, basically. And it took till February last year for him to be arrested. He was on a 50 grand bond. She went to Colorado to become um, an actress, but unfortunately ended up as an escort to make ends meet. And on the day, it
Please
was
be
literally
seated.
only his phone calls on her
The
phone.
jury is back.
And
Cross-examination.
now they're asking all the questions. I hope that's very quick synopsis, because I do want to speak over the trial.
Good afternoon, Mr. Clark.
Good afternoon, sir.
Let me just make sure this is working. Of course not.
Just a quick shout out, Wiz Stitcher's here. Thanks for coming here. He's got a stitching channel and my chill place as well for his mental health. So if it's your thing, give it a follow. We all support each other here. Wiz Stitcher, so come back anytime. Um, and now you remember. Thank you, Lefty. But yeah, what's the name of your channel, Wiz Stitcher? Is it Wiz Stitcher? If it is, happy days. People, I'll take a look, my man. And good luck with the channel. It's nice to have a chill out area. Right. Happy days. But wait, honestly, Shelley is our goddess. She knows everything. I've done a bit of research, and what I might do during the next break, I might break it down a little bit more for you.
Sorry,
I'm sure
Mr. Clark.
Shelley will as well.
So
Sorry, I'm going to shut up
I
now.
want to kind of go back to the start of that. Now, when you were doing this, you were taking basically that large amount of information you're given, all those data points and things, and entering it into GeoTime, right?
That's correct.
Okay. So you're not physically doing any part of the mapping yourself. GeoTime is doing all of the mapping.
You literally drag and drop the files into the GeoTime program, and it maps everything out for you.
Okay, and so they are the ones who have imported the locations of all the cell towers, correct?
That comes with the records. Like for instance, the AT&T records, they're all on the same line. So on the left-hand side, you have the call detail part, the phone activity part, and on the right-hand side, you have the cell tower that serviced that activity. And so it's not like GeoTime stores this data; it comes back with the return.
Just trying to turn that off behind you. And so just to clarify my question a little, so you aren't physically going and saying, okay, on Google Maps, this is where this tower is, and then putting that tower into GeoTime.
No,
You're just taking the data and putting it into GeoTime, and it's automatically doing all of those things.
that's correct.
Okay. And GeoTime is determining that based on the data that you're putting in, right?
That's correct.
Okay. You don't actually go out and physically confirm any of those details, right?
Like if the tower's there or something like that.
Right, exactly. So we see all of these maps and it says there's a tower here. You don't actually go out there and check, right?
No.
Okay. Now, something that the district attorney talked to you about is that, and I think you said something that to the effect of, and I tried to write it down earlier, that it was if it pings a tower, and I think the quote was, it can only ever be near that tower. You said something to that effect.
The device can only be where that tower and sector provides coverage to.
Okay. Now are we working for once? Looks like we are. So for example, on this screen, which I know is just kind of the generic screen explaining how some of it works.
Yeah.
But by only ever near, it doesn't actually mean it has to be in that pie section that has been indicated, right?
No, and that's, I covered that a little bit about where the dashes mean there's not a leash at the end of the energy saying, okay, you're at this, this is the end of the coverage here, so stop. There's overlap. It's gonna be a little bit outside of that, so there's no dead space, dead zones, drop calls, things like that.
Right, exactly. And so that's why we get that small issue, you could say, when it appears the phone is at the residence, that it's pinging 2 towers, right?
Right.
Even though one of those towers doesn't even seem to encompass where that residence is, it's going to be looking for the tower with the strongest signal.
The best signal, and that other tower where, it's the perfectly shaped pie slice that doesn't cover Highway 24 there.
Right.
That's not the actual shape of the sector. That's just how geotime presents it. And then those pie slices, those are just the default settings for this area. You can go in and you can change them to be, a mile and a half mile, things like that. But for the most part, in the Colorado Springs area, these towers go about a mile to a mile and a half in coverage. And so the default setting is right at about a mile.
Okay, and so the next question being that, while these are helpful, this is not a perfect science, at least not with this technology.
So 3G is older technology. Like today's technology is GPS-like. This is a general area to where I know the phone's in the area of the residence. At this time, I know the phone's not in Denver, or I know the phone's not northwest Colorado Springs. I know the phone's in this general area.
And so if we turn to this map that you created. So when you are making these, and I hesitate to call them guesses, I know that they're based off information, but when you're doing something like this, you're making estimates about the direction that the phone is traveling in based on which towers it's hitting, right?
So how it works is AT&T knows which tower and which sector the phone used at that moment in time. And when you sequence it out, so this is looking at a 1 hour time period, you know that the phone moved because it's no longer hitting off the tower over here. It's hitting off the tower in a different direction over here. And so that's how I know that the phone did that loop.
Right, and I'll use the little laser here, but when it hits this one, we don't actually know exactly where in here, correct?
No, it's in that general area.
Right, and then when it moves up here, we know it's probably in this general area.
That's correct.
Okay. Although technically it could actually possibly be over here, like we see with the house where it's pinging one that it doesn't seem to touch, right?
If you're
It wouldn't be this one because that would be this pie, but it could be up here potentially, say.
Correct. Yeah.
Okay. The overall point being it's not an exact science.
It's not GPS. No, it's a general area.
Okay. I know I have already kind of asked you about this, but when we are getting this one, this is kind of exactly what we've been talking about. The phone is going to the strongest signal. It's not necessarily connecting to the closest tower every single time.
That's correct.
Okay. Now, when it pings a number of times like this, without jumping to, say, a different section of that imaginary circle, you can make some sort of an estimation that the phone is staying in the same place, right?
In that general area.
Sure. And it's not pinging other towers. It's not going up south. It's not, or sorry, down south or up north.
Correct.
Okay. Now I want to talk about this chart as we get into the 11 p.m. through midnight.
Okay.
Because this is kind of the last mappable activity we have, right?
Yes.
And it's also the last bit of location data that we have.
That's correct.
And that's going to be this point over here. This is the last bit of location activity.
That's correct.
Okay. Now, it is possible, based off of this map, that the last location is actually somewhere over here, correct? And simply that this has been pinged by being the strongest tower.
No.
Okay.
It would hit off the other tower.
Okay.
Yeah.
You're positive of that?
Yes.
So you can say with certainty that the phone did not travel this way and then continue going north.
No, it's out east. It's hitting off that tower in that direction.
Okay. Alright. Okay. Now let's say I was to tell you that I have taken all of these data points
Okay.
and I have mapped them myself. I've gone and looked at, I think, the towers here. And so I can say with certainty that they take this street and then they turn here, and then they take this street, and then they turn here, and then they take this street. To be perfectly clear, that would be junk science, right?
You can't do that with this data.
Okay.
Yeah.
With that 2012 data, that would be impossible.
Correct.
Okay. So somebody doing that is either doing it incorrectly or they're using something that you just have no idea how they're doing it.
Possibly. I would not say that. I didn't say that. So if this person has some sort of corroborating, surveillance or some other method, but with this data, it's just a general area. You can't say which street they turned on, things like that.
Okay. Yeah. Fair to say that just, as far as you know, can't happen.
Not that's specificity
Okay.
with this data.
Thank you, Mr. Clark. Now I do want to talk about the last page here, and I know that the jury probably can't see that very well, but I want to talk about these last bits of activity that we have that are outgoing from the phone.
Okay.
And so there are a number of outgoing SMS text messages from 11:10 onward, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so there's one at 11:10, right?
Yes.
And then there's three.
Well, yep. Outgoing voice.
Sorry, outgoing voice. That's actually where I meant to start. That's the last outgoing voice call we have.
That's correct.
And that's the call that you were talking about earlier that appears to be calling the voicemail, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so what that would be is that somebody is using that phone to call that phone's voicemail, correct?
That's correct.
All right, this was back in the time when you would call your own voicemail, possibly enter a code, and listen to your own voicemails, right?
That's correct.
Okay. And then after that, we see a series of text messages that are outgoing from this phone, beginning with 3 text messages at 11:14, right?
That's correct.
Okay, and then after that, we have an outgoing text message at 11:21,
Yes.
and then a message at 11:22,
Yes.
and then an outgoing message at 11:24,
Yes.
11:25,
Yes.
11:28,
Yes.
11:34,
Yes.
11:37,
Yes.
and then we have the last one that is an outgoing text message at 11:41, correct?
There's one at 11:41 and there's one at 11:49.
I was going to ask about the 11:49 one. You mentioned earlier that there are some messages that might be up in the system or that there was a picture message that was trying to send. And I was not positive if you were talking about the 11:41 or the 11:49 message.
Gotcha. If I recall right, the 11:49 did not retain the tower for that, if I recall right. But we know through the call at 11:59, the phone was still on network, and that's why I said less mappable activity there.
Okay. To refer back to this 11:41 message,
Okay.
that is being sent to 719-291-5213, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. In the course of materials that have been given to you, were you ever asked to evaluate any data related to that number?
No.
Okay, so you don't have any information about what that number is, who possesses that phone, anything like that?
No, sir.
Okay. Now, all of these messages that we were just talking about, and I won't read through all of them again, but these are happening basically during this travel, correct? And I moved the screen behind you, but happening while the phone at least appears to be going up this direction
Yes,
and turning east here.
that's correct.
Okay. Just a minute.
Throwing spies, I don't know. Hot as fuck, mate. I am boiling.
So we were talking a little bit before about the last mappable activity over here.
Yeah.
That 11:41 message happens here.
Yes, that's correct.
And then the information you have indicates that the phone continues to move after that over this direction?
Yes.
Okay, no further questions. Thank you.
Redirect.
I'm going to start where defense counsel ended. Those text messages that you were talking about, the outgoing ones, there's a number of them on page 16. You can't tell us who sent those text messages, can you?
No,
Just that the device sent those text messages.
that's correct.
When defense counsel talked with you about those 2 points on that last map, that activity where the phone goes north and then it starts moving east, he asked you if the phone could have actually been still moving north instead of moving east. Approximately how far are those 2 locations from each other? That the place where it pinged at 1041 and then the 1042 to 10. I know we kind of zoomed out on a map here and it's hard to see kind of the streets and things like that.
Sure.
Are we talking about like a block or 2 away from each other?
It's miles.
Miles.
Yep. So I live out in that area, and the 1141 tower is near St. Francis Hospital, which is kind of in between Mark Scheffel and Powers. And then the Falcon Tower is out in Falcon, south of Meridian. There's a Walmart out there. So it's in that general area. So it's several miles.
And I think what he was asking you was if the service would have traveled that far because that one out in Falcon, that tower out in Falcon was the strongest tower. Is that something that's a possibility where a device isn't even close to the tower, but because it's stronger, kind of like where we talked about with the victim's residence, where there were the 2 towers that it was pinging off of?
So where I saw the laser pointer was in the Wolf Ranch area, and that's where it would have stayed with that tower at 1141. Further north, I would expect there to be more towers further north here that would likely service that activity if it continued to travel north. But again, I don't have the equipment to go out and actually do the power measurements. And the other problem is 3G is non-existent anymore, so it's not a possibility to go out and do the power measurements. But if the phone had stayed in the area to continue to travel north from the 1141 tower, I would expect it to stay with that tower, not continue east where the sector is pointing in a northeastern direction.
So, and that's something to look at as well, is that tower that's in that Falcon area to the far right of that particular map, the sector is also to the east of that tower. It's not pinging off a western sector, it's an eastern sector.
That's correct. If it was using the sector that was facing west, that might muddy the waters a little bit, but it's saying that the phone was in that northeastern area.
And you shared with us kindly that you live in that area. Are you familiar with that area in 2012? Were there a lot of towers up there? Was there a lot of residential development?
I wouldn't be able to answer definitively.
You spoke with defense counsel about the coverage being between 1 mile and 1.5 miles.
Yes.
And are you talking about that being the width of the sectors?
The distance that the tower transmits its power is about 1 mile to 1.5 miles in the city, in the metropolitan residential areas of Colorado Springs. Once you start traveling out towards, like if you're on 24 heading towards Kansas, those towers can go miles away because there's less population out there.
And when you were mapping the areas that you're talking about, the ones that we can see in your report, are you using that mile or that 1.5 miles?
That's set at 1 mile is the default. That's why all the sectors are the same size.
So you're using the most conservative distance that you possibly can.
Yes.
I have no further questions. Thank you, Ron.
Does the jury have any questions for this witness? Looks like we've got one. We'll wait for you.
You know how much I love the jury asking questions. I wish this was across the board. Just makes things better. So the jurors have no excuse then that they don't know what's going on. I love it. Thanks everyone being here. Press that like button, press that subscribe button. Very grateful. One question, yeah. You'd think there'd be tons of questions. I'd probably have 10. Do you know what I mean? But yeah, with Stitcher, it's just
Can you grab the question, Ms. Powell?
absolutely. If you've got questions, then why not let them ask the questions? You know, so. Yeah, I believe so. Oh, yeah, Shelley said yes. Madwell, yes.
Could you please explain the significance, if there is one, of the exact placement and direction of the blue arrows on the maps?
There's no, sorry. There's no, I place them to kind of stay out of the way of the main sector, but show just a general direction of where the towers indicate that the phone is traveling north, south, east, west in an area. That's a great point. Thank you for bringing it up. The arrows aren't supposed to point to where the phone's right here at the end of the arrow. It's just saying that this is the sector that the phone used. So this area is where the phone would be.
Any follow-up, Ms. Powell? Mr. Asher? All right, thank you for being here. You may step down.
That was a good juror, good witness. And that was a good question by the jurors. I'm not sure how many witnesses left because they're going to cut it short today. They're running out of witnesses today. Yeah, and I think it was Wiz Stitcher said they, I watched some trials that won't allow juries to ask questions. Wiz Stitcher
Your
had
Honor, we moved much faster today than we expected. And so at this time, the people would ask to recess until Thursday morning.
Okay. Well, so members of the jury, that means we're done for the day. I do know in light of the speed we have gone at today that the district attorney is moving up witnesses so we can make full use of Thursday, Friday, Tuesday, and so forth. But so today we are done. And what I'll order is that you keep your notebooks here in the jury room. Nobody's going to be looking at those. Cleaning crew or anybody is going to be looking at those. Take a break from the case. Don't think about the case. I anticipate there will be news articles or TV news or online news about the case, just those same directions from yesterday. Avoid all of those. All the information you get has to come from within the four walls of the courtroom. Just a reminder, please don't talk to Ms. Hanson or others about the case or questions about the nature of the case. And just as I know the question of sentencing and what sentencing might look like, the rules there, that is not something for the jury to be thinking about at all. Your role as the jury is simply to decide whether the people have proven their case beyond a reasonable doubt. So just focusing on that one question. And so with that, thank you for your work the last 2 days. Don't come back tomorrow. Remember, don't come back tomorrow. Come back Thursday at 8:30. All rise for the jury.
thanks, Lefty. Really appreciate it, man. Have a good day, good night in work. So there's no court tomorrow, but as you all know, we've got the Parkland officer trial tomorrow to rewatch. So that's worked out beautifully. Beautifully. Right, if I do a quick poll here, what time do you want to start tomorrow's trial? I'll put it in chat.
Please be seated. The jury
Fine,
has
Shelley.
left.
We've got the
Is it premature to think that the trial schedule will be shortened throughout? Or do we just think, oh, we have this one hiccup, but we're still looking at a Thursday or Friday resting by the people next week?
I think it will be shortened. As I stated earlier, there are some witnesses that aren't available until the 20th. And so that's, I think we'll still be able to fill Thursday and Friday. But then the following week, I know that there are some witnesses that are out of town until a certain day. So that's what we're going to be working on. But hopefully I think we will definitely finish by Friday or by Thursday. I'm just trying to see if what else we can do to fill in the space.
Do you know if you have witnesses who can only testify next Thursday? Or are you thinking you have witnesses who just have to testify on Tuesday?
I don't think there's anyone that has to be on Thursday. It was mostly, there were people that are just not available today, Thursday or Friday.
Okay.
So we will rearrange this and I can update the court on Thursday if that changes our end date. But
Okay.
if anything, I think it'll be shorter.
Okay. Anything else then from the people before we recess?
Just a request that defense get us the rest of those redaction responses today or tomorrow morning so we can make sure all of those discs are done for your review before the witness has actually played.
And these are redactions for the interview?
There were multiple interviews just
Okay.
for potential impeachment. So we just need, I know we sent some of our proposed redactions very recently. Some of them were sent last week though, that we just need responses on, so.
Okay, Mr. Husher.
Would love to have them all done by tonight or tomorrow, Your Honor. I think that's gonna be our first order of business. I would just agree. I think we got some yesterday. I think we got some on Sunday. We'll be receiving them, and so we're doing them as fast as we can.
Okay, and are the redactions you're making for the benefit of the defense, the redactions you're proposing?
Yeah, so the redactions I proposed were things that are clearly inadmissible.
So really, it's the defense who would have been proposing the redactions?
These are redactions to comply with the rules because there's 404B evidence in these interviews that the people want to play.
Okay,
There are a whole bunch of 404B.
okay, but surely you've been thinking in preparation, here are the sections of each of the interviews that you want to make sure are redacted because they're unfairly prejudicial and in violation of the rules for the defense. I was just getting a sense from you all that you're animated by the people because they only got you their proposed redactions yesterday, but it's really your redactions. So can you have those redactions done by the end of tomorrow? Okay. Anything else from the defense?
I don't believe so, Your Honor.
Okay, so I've got docket here tomorrow. And so you can't leave anything on the tables or behind, but you can probably put boxes and whatever you have in front of the tables for each side. Otherwise, we'll see everybody on Thursday. If any issues where you're going to need me to address preliminary issues, please be here by about 8:20 so that we can get going at 8:30 with the jury. Court will be in recess.
rise. Right. So, I could have amended layouts and everything. Right, I'm gonna be kicked out here now, aren't I? Oh, okay. Right, I messed up. I messed up. Sorry. This poll, I messed up. I need to redo it. I need to redo it. I was putting it down as my time, not your time. Because there's no way I'm streaming at like 8, 9 o'clock tomorrow night. I'll put a few more options down. Hang on. I'm gonna end that stream. Sorry guys, I am so sorry. End poll. Sorry, don't vote anymore. Don't vote. Don't vote. What a plonker I am. So, another poll. What a plonker. Absolute idiot of the year. That goes to me. There's no runner-up. If there was, that'd be me as well. So, Um, fuck me, wrong one again. Sorry, be patient. I'm gonna be a quick chat then. Start a poll. Yes. The so hang on. It'd be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It would have been 6 o'clock. 1 o'clock for us would have been 6 o'clock their time. So 6, 7, or 8. I ain't doing that. So I will do. It was my fault. I'm an idiot. I don't mind doing it late. It's just not that late. You know what I mean? Um, 12. 12 would have been. Yeah, that's enough. I think I got enough. Or 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Do I do it? That would mean then 6 o'clock our time. Yeah, it's all good. I mean, no, that's absolutely fine. I'm just trying to think. Well, if we played at 1.25, I'll put another option in then. Oh no, I've done it. I've too late. I pressed the wrong button. I pressed the wrong button. Oh, jeez. Anyway, thank you for everyone. I know people are leaving now, so thank you everyone that did pop in today. I really appreciate it. Hopefully you come back on Thursday. The stream will be set for. Let me stop screen. Get this up here. The stream will be set for it. Hang on, let me just get it up. When I say that, I don't mean like getting my dick up. I just mean get the bloody stream up, so I know. Um, where's this? Florida versus Scott Peterson. That'll be right. Kara, edit. So I'm setting up this one now. It's gonna be on Thursday. Oh, what did you say? What time? Was it 8:30? Oh, we'll go for 8:30. Save changes. That one's done now. Fine. And we'll see what time you guys want to stream tomorrow. So the Melly try, I was gonna do it, but we're watching this instead. So and we're doing the Parkland one as well. So I just can't. Or do we go for 3 trials a day? Do we do 3 trials a day? Good luck to your neighbour as well, Amy. Jeep and the smell. Oh, I'm glad we're not watching it. To be quite honest with you, I much prefer to watch this kind of case. Parkland shooter one. The officer. It's a hard one. It's boring. Same testimony, but we're in it. We've been watching it. We've watched most days. There's another 2 weeks to go. So just any new people here, like Wiz, if you join us, we are streaming basically every day the Colorado one. Then straight away we're going into the Parkland officer one, which is probably at midnight your time, Wiz. So um, you probably won't be up for that one. But I'm a hero, so I go on till about 4 o'clock in the morning. Because if I don't, these guys are threatening to leave me, so I have to do it. Um, but tomorrow there's no court, so shall I just run through the Colorado trial and also the Parkland one? Um, Madwell, what are you talking about? You gonna do? How can you do that one? You got this one, and you got the Park. Oh no, you're not gonna do the Parkland one, are you? Um, so today in the Parkland one, there was 5 witnesses. Fine, they're off tomorrow. This court's off. Right. A question. What's happening Monday? Why is America shutting down on Monday? What's going on? Is there a holiday? Because both courts are closed on Monday. Is there a holiday? Because if not, I'm going to stream, and I'll probably stream the Parkland stuff on Monday. And then, so we're watching the Parkland stuff tomorrow, Thursday, Friday. Colorado, plus the Parkland one afterwards, and then we'll see what happens after that. But Monday, I plan on streaming. I plan on having a big day if there's no national holiday in America. Is there a national holiday with you guys? Why are both courts closed on Monday? No one know? Juneteenth, what's that? Juneteenth. Norwich Recent is a keep. Welcome back anytime you want. You're more than welcome. Thank you for being. Thank you for chatting as well. That's the worst part, isn't it? The chatting. So appreciate you. Happy days, Wiz. Well, you're more than welcome to come back anytime you want. You know that, man. Yeah. What's Juneteenth? Is it actually something, or are you just making stuff up now? So if I stream on Monday, would anybody be around to watch anything? Ah, the government are shutting down. Does that mean the stock market's shutting down as well? Um, Need to look at what all my stocks did today. So if I stream on Monday, we're in. So it'll be either the Parkland stuff or if people are around, I might surprise you and do a stream. That's about it. So so basically you're all lazy bastards and you're not even fucking working. And that when you say that celebration of oh Jesus. Why do I have to ask now? Officially Tuesday National Independence Day is a federal holiday in the United States commemorating them. That's fine. Thank you, Shelley. Thank you, everyone. Look at Madwell. When new members here, Madwell's so nice to them. When she gets to know them, though, phew, I'm joking. She's lovely with Stitcher. Madwell is lovely. Um, it's new holiday. So you all gonna be busy. So if I stream, it's more gonna be UK people and not Americans on Monday. I mean, Amy, you're gonna be around. I know Heidi's not been here for ages, so Heidi must be at a big accident or something. She's been, as in, not her, but she's a paramedic, so. I was just thinking of streaming some stuff, but I just need to know whether I tailor it to the UK market or whether I just tailor it to America as well. Let's look in that now. And everyone leaving now is good. Thank you very much for those are leaving. Welcome back to the channel. Come back anytime you want. It's 10:20 here in the evening. Yeah, Wiz, it is nice. It is nice in chat here. It's quite chilled and, depends if Lefty's here. If Lefty's here, it's a bit more, a bit more action. But Fella's always mean to me, so mean to me. I'm nothing but nice, and this is how he speaks about me. I only call you names like twice a day. I know. You still haven't answered the Twitter message, Mad World. You're supposed to be number one mod. No, no, it's a nice community here. Is I mean, we all take the piss and stuff, but it's nothing but love. Nothing but love here. Mad was one of the mods, and she's great. She's one of the day oneers. And we've gained a lot of people over the last couple of weeks, so it's been good. And I don't know why, but when people start chatting, they seem to stay, which is great for me. Do you know what I mean? That's fantastic. And I know there's other streams that people support, and I always encourage it. Even if people pop in and say hello, I'm grateful for it. So yeah, I did answer. I did answer Kim. No, I don't have a fever. Why do you think I've got a fever for? I think what it is it's hot, really hot here. Um, um, and also it's a lovely chat here, and Dylan's accent is smexy. Look at Shelley. Thank you, Shell. I barely slept last night because of migraines, so I saw the amount I had to read and said, "Fuck that, maybe later." Oh, nice, nice. No, I didn't sleep much last night either, to be fair, but nice. No, it's all good. I understand, but I need your input about the Facebook group. That's all. I think we'd make it private. But I want to give people a chance. Oh, anybody here that wants to join a Facebook group called the Alternate Corner, join it. Obviously it's memberships now and super chats and crap like that. So grateful to everyone. Grateful for Lefty. He bought about 15 memberships, I think. So fair play to him. Yeah. So Kim, no, I had to go to the hospital. So I've been out for like in the car for about what over 2 hours. So I think the sun was hitting me. If I do look bad, like you need a smexy emoji, whatever that could be. I don't know what that is, but I think she meant sexy, so I'll take that. Even if she didn't mean that, I'll say it. Can you share a link? I don't have a link. I'm crap with links. I am with Stitcher. If you just put Facebook and you put in the alternate corner, it's there. It's an open group, so you can find it easily. But I don't. How do we make emojis then? How do you actually make emojis? How would I even Bumblebee? Bumblebee? Why? Why would that? Why do I have to say Bumblebee? Oh, hey, with Stitcher, other people do that. I have not got a clue. Why are you taking the piss off in Mad World? Bumblebee. Bumblebee. What? Bumblebee gets you. What? I don't get it. I don't get the joke. You see, everyone makes fun of me all the time. I get my tits out once and everyone's like, fucking, let's make fun of him. As long as everyone's happy, make fun of me as much as you want. That's fine. Um, Dumbledee. Dumbledee. Fucking Mad World, you bitch. Try me fucking hell. It's all good. It's such hilarious. Oh, jeez. Oh, I can take these off now, can't I? I hate wearing my headphones. I can't hear, but I have to wear them for the stream because if I don't, people shout at me. Um, well, no one's got back to me. Is anyone going to watch me on Monday if I stream? Or are you all doing different things? Erin, get the fuck out. Get the fuck out, Erin. English? I'm fucking Welsh. I'm Welsh. Welsh is my first language. Siarad Cymraeg. Dyna beth yw iaith gyntaf fi. Fi wastad siarad Cymraeg, pan mae Carwyn 'ma, Cymraeg yw'r iaith gynta ni, a ie, 'na beth ni'n neud. Ond, achos chi 'ma, fi'n siarad Saesneg. So, this is why I speak English. English is my second language. Motherfuckers. Erin's got me off for one now. She's got me off for one. She came in, riled me, now she's fucked off. So I don't know what's Monday, Shell. What do you fancy? Erin, I was just speaking Welsh. I was just speaking Welsh to you. Just take the piss. Um, I don't know. Well, I might come on early and just film wherever you, not film, but watch wherever you guys want. Um, Erin, you still confused? I was taking the piss when you called me English when I'm Welsh, so I spoke Welsh back at you, and now I'm fine with you again. I like you again, Erin. Um, I don't know what is. Does anyone find? Um, I might. So what I might do. Do you know what I'm gonna do? What I might do is, yeah, what I'm gonna do is play the Parkland ones. I think. So I said I was gonna do two a day. Maybe I don't know. I either do 2 a day. Tomorrow, Thursdays, it's not gonna be too bad. Friday's half a day. So I don't know. I don't know. Either we'll do a the Parkland stuff on Monday, or I don't want to say it. I don't want to say it just in case. Or do we do a catch up stream about something? How long is this Melly one then? Like how long is this supposed to be? Is it like 2, 3 weeks? Then bugger that. But if it's like a week, then I don't know. Or we just come in and just talk crap, get Lefty wound up, and then I was going to stream Sunday, but I don't think there's going to be much interest on it. So I probably because it's Father's Day, you see. So oh it's Father's Day, isn't it? Yeah, we did just start yesterday. There's no point then, Erin. I mean, from what you said as well, it's a load of crap. So no, I didn't realize how much holidays you get. You guys are always on holiday every Monday. Every other Monday, America closes down. It's like unbelievable. So yeah, I think we'll just I won't stream on Sunday because it's Father's Day. I'll stream maybe something on Monday, if that's the case. And no one has to be around. I might do the Parkland stuff. It just means I don't have to stream 2 a day then. And I might try and persuade Lady Law to come on or something if she's available. And next Sunday we're doing that. So Saturday, remember Johnny Depp got Johnny Depp on Saturday. I don't know. It just seems a waste not to do something on Monday. So I think yeah, Parkland there is Monday. Right? Any requests? Any questions? Anything? We've got a good stream, guys. Maybe Monday. Shu, Curry, Richards, Bond hearing. Okay, remind me then. Maybe. I mean, we could do loads of stuff on Monday. It does, we could do quite a bit. Oh, and Shadi, where did he bring everyone from? Where was everyone? Where did those people all come from then? You just said judge something, didn't you? I don't know what. Don't know what you said. Which stream you got them from? But thank you, Shelley, for bringing them over as well. That's nice of you. I hope some of them, pop in now and again as well. Kill the Dad, yeah, that one. Yeah, that's the Michigan one, but that's not. So, Jamie, don't worry. Basically, you got Johnny. Obviously, tomorrow we're streaming the Parkland shooter. Thursday, normal Colorado, and Friday. But what we might do is Saturday, Johnny Depp, and then Monday, Parkland. Day and a half at 1.25 speed, and then maybe something else like if anyone's got any requests, like Shelley, Judge R's Court. Judge R's Court. I don't even know what Judge R's Court is. Because you got Juneteenth or something. So everywhere shuts down. Juneteenth, I've just learned, is a holiday for. It just seems you just had a holiday though. Lazy bastards, like. Do you do any work or what? You Americans, Jesus. Juneteenth, yeah. Erin, you probably are. You should actually go into every stream now, Erin. Just tell them Juneteenth Monday. Remember? I'm glad I asked now, because no one knew. No one knew. That's going well. Right, what have we got left here then? I want to call in sick. Don't be stupid, Lefty. You need to go into work because basically you got to pay for these memberships, man. I mean, and we're probably going to shut down now because there's not much happening now. So, and I've got to go to bed early because my broadband's coming tomorrow anyway. So, installation tomorrow. So my stream should be better tomorrow, hopefully. We've had a good turnout today. We've had a good turnout thanks to people that came in here. MLS Law gang, Judge R's gang. Thanks again for everyone that does pop in. Thanks to everyone who sent the links as well. 22 likes today, which is, good. Oh, we've actually probably had one of our best views in quite some time. We've had 205 viewers in today, which is great for this channel. Could get more golf in. Don't encourage him, Jamie. He was teaching and watching. Yeah, that's cool. Yeah, so yeah, don't encourage Lefty to take time off work. He is a stripper, so some poor woman's not gonna be stripped on tonight if he takes the night off work. So you got to remember them. Do you know what I mean? Sorry, Lefty, but I'm not gonna praise Lefty too much because he'd hate that. So he knows I'm very grateful to him for what he did today. Um, a lot of encouragement. Who's gonna replace you though? You're irreplaceable, Lefty. Irreplaceable. No. Women, you all love a stripper. Oh Jesus. I love this chat. I love everything about it. I love everyone in it. Everyone's got different personalities and everyone brings something different. It's great. Been a long day for me as well today, and tomorrow could be a long day. But in a way, I'm glad there's no Colorado tomorrow, so I can reassess and we'll just do the park and stuff. Oh shit! What does the poll say? What did the poll say? What time are we starting tomorrow? So between 10 a.m. and 12. 10 and 12. Motherfuckers. You all have to be indecisive, didn't you? Right. There's 8 people voted. There's 15 in here at the minute. Surely other people are going to vote if you're going to come for it. If you're not, don't vote, right? Because don't spoil it for those that actually going to be here. But, you know, if you want fancy watching it, oh, now we're down to 13. I ask people to vote and they just leave. If you're generally going to be here, vote. Look at him stripping, rubbed a flag between his leg, and my jaw dropped. Jesus, Whis. Uh, what was his name Lefty or something? Stripping, rubbed a flag between his legs. Oh, oh, you women love it. What kind of flag? Not a Welsh one, hopefully. UK flag. That was Lefty. He came over especially for you. Madwell, you must have had a stripper in your time. He was naked. We guessed that. We guessed that, Wiz. We guessed that one. As a notice on his trials, say do not record or I would have told you about him. Ah, yeah, cool. Ah, yeah. Naked. You women and strippers. And he had a big, big, big Bingaling. Oh, I love that. Big bingaling. He was naked and he had a big bingaling. One of those bam on the table, like, you know? Bam, bam, bam. Madwell, don't act all you probably got some stories, Madwell. You probably got some. Uh, what else is there? Ba, ba, ba. Right, thanks for everyone who's what's it? Ah, the super chats. Thanks to everyone with the super chats. Thanks to Lefty for all the memberships out there and those that did actually buy memberships on their own. Really appreciate that. St. George they have new Rule 22 that trials of interest stream, but it depends on. Oh, okay. Split you into 10. Get out. Don't we all? I bet Madwell. I bet you got a few stories locked up there. You bloody Irish. Where's that instant coffee? It's here. It's here. I got a little bit left. Well, half a mug left. It's starting to get cold now. I drink it cold. I'm not a big like boiling coffee drinker. I like it warm, lukewarm. So I'll stay on for a little bit if people want me to. I don't mind, you know, but I need some stuff to talk about. Do you know what I mean? I can't speak all this shit about myself again. But you do need to go to bed by midnight. Have a picture of him somewhere. He signed it. Fuck yeah. How many years ago was this, Wiz? How many years ago was this? Also, lukewarm. Yeah, I like it. I like it lukewarm. This is now. I did this about an hour and a half ago. It's nice. Nice. Look who's back. Back again. Lady Law. Tell a friend. Guess who's back? 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 Lady Law is back. Welcome, Lady Law. We've got uh Lefty's trying to skive. He doesn't want to go to work. So we're trying to encourage him to go to work, but he doesn't want to. 20 years ago. Clip that. Zachariah Anderson as well. Frickin' freak. What's the frickin' freak? Got new Lisa likes now. Lady Laws here. Lady Laws here. Look how many memberships you have now. Yeah, how many do I have? I mean, Lefty fucking bought for about 15 people, I think. I know a few of you, like you, Jamie, you bought it for yourself as well. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 14 apparently. Oh, I thought, no, you must have bought 10 then. 14. So I got 13 in Blue Wenches Club, and then I got 1 in Lefty's Expo, and that is Lefty. Yeah. Yeah, 14. I have 14 members, which is amazing. That's great. Yeah, that's great. I mean, I'm hoping, Jamie, that it goes on to next month. You know what I mean? Ah, I know, Shell. He will though. Next month he will. He will. Ah, that's nice. Yeah, Shelly, you will get one. Lefty will sort you out. If he doesn't, I'll sort you out. Um, I don't know how you do it because I don't know. I don't understand enough. Like, right, question everyone. Lady Law, you will be able to help me. How the fuck do I do bloody things? Emojis. Do I have to do them myself or what? How do you do emojis? How how do because it said emojis. I didn't know how to do it. Lefty the generous gift. Look at him. I got 14 Mad Worlds. So, um, 13 of them were in the blue wrench, not. Is, oh, fuck. Oh, yeah. Blue Wenches Club, and one in the Lefty Expo. He was a chat bar. Yeah, he's a sugar daddy. He was a chat bar, right? Pops up on the left. Oh dear. Right, hang on. Let me go into YouTube then. Chat bar. Yeah, no, right. No, not those ones. So I have an option to create them for members. I mean, yeah, but I'm so grateful as well because I know people would have bought, but might as well look like, you know, getting the gill shakes. I know people would have bought might as well, but Lefty, I mean, fucking hell, how many did he buy? Do you know what I mean? I just hope, and there's no pressure on anybody, I just hope people continue with it, because that's what you want, you know. But that is awesome from everyone. I really appreciate it. Yeah, I don't mind. But how do I do? So yeah, so there's an option to put my own emojis. 10 you bought Lefty. What a legend. So 4 people bought them on their own. Thank you very much to you 4. I know Madwell did and Shelley did. Thank you to you 2. And then I believe maybe Erin did. Two others did. So thank you very much for that. Make shake with a guilt text. Yeah, but I don't know how to do it. I genuinely not. I'm not acting thick here, right? I genuinely don't know how to do. There's an option there for me to put in my own emojis, and I would if I knew how. How do you make an emoji? Put my own at my own level. You did. You're the only one. So essentially, you've got Discord all to yourself, Lefty. And also, there's no. You get to choose what that 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 Discord now. You can watch porn on there if you want because it's yours. So Mad will have to put it on for you. Search and figure out the. I know we will. We will. I've started Discord today, which Spider's done a fantastic job of. Then we've had discussion on Facebook. We've streamed, been to the doctors, done the. So it's been a productive, a busy day today. Um, Plus, Bomber's trying to say is you're in. You can dictate what you want from the girls in Discord now, Lefty. Um, Emojis that tailor to your little community. Yes, yes, I will. Milkshake straw on text that says "guilt" for 2 minutes. Again, we would, but yeah, we need to. We as Lilo says, need to research it and then we'll get on it. I mean, I'll get on it once I know what to do. Um, but I was quite keen to get this up today, so that's why I rushed it a little bit. And they dictate everything. They dictate the prices and everything. I think we need HR meeting to that. Well, hey, I would arrange one for this morning, but you did turn up. Uh, I think you'd be fine, Madwell. You dictate to me, so it's fine. What's the level of membership? He does deserve it. He does deserve it. He'll destroy it. It's gonna be a good level though. I think once people realize what the level is gonna be, I think more people will join it because it is actually the Lefty level is no cap the level I would pick as well. I wouldn't go the top one. I'd always go the middle one. Because that's the best value, I think. Only because Spider's done a fantastic job with it. So, but it's different for you, Jay, because you got a Discord on with MLS and stuff like that. So, but for my guys, we'll give it a month or two, and I think you'll all love the Lefty level. Um, well, surprise, surprise, Lady Law. Surprise, surprise. It is lower, yes. The Gilf Shakes one was a superior one, which don't expect anyone to purchase. So it's a very unique group. So it has to be like you have to be special to be in it, So um, it's all about growing your channel to keep up content. And you get, yeah, absolutely. We've been at it for a couple of months. We had ups and downs. Um, you know that sometimes you call me a simp. Higher value, higher class. Yes. So you still, for that level, you still get everything in the lefty level, but you get more. You get more. You get some merch as well. So and has that mug even arrived with you? Yeah, Lady Low. Believe it or not, Mad World ordered one set of everything, and then she got a second lot for free. That's the kind of service we offer here in the alternate corner. Do you know what I mean? I probably paid for it. I don't know how I paid for it. That's you get more with the Gulf Shakes. You get definitely more with the Gulf Shakes. Absolutely. Mhm. But it's all fun and games anyway, to me. But osteoporosis. Don't get actually watch the trial towards the end. Um, yeah, it was fine. I mean, it was the witness for the expert for the phones, 3G phones and stuff like that. Um, just saying where the pings were basically because it was 3G like 11, 12 years ago. It's a little bit. He was basically saying, look, you can't pinpoint to uh, an exact room or location. It's more, 3G is more in an area. Do you know what I mean? Um, but there was strong and weak signals. Um, you had the 3G when you were a milkshake, but now you're a gilf shake. 3G sucks, yes. I still get 3G now and again, but mostly 5G now. There's some place in Wales that you either won't get any G or you're lucky to get 3G. Um, so that was this, and it was nice. I love this. Is a juror asked a question to the guy. He was very, very good. So it's fine. But I don't have Ethernet in the house. I should probably. Um, oh no, I do. Oh no, I don't. Um, there you go. I got 5G now. Just checking. Yeah, I got 5G now. And also, what I got with, I'm not sure if you're with BT and EE, but I've just upgraded from a 150 download speed and 30 upload speed to I believe 900 download speed and 150 or 110 upload speed. And it was only and I've got the box with EE, so if my Wi-Fi goes out, it goes straight into the box and I get free, uh, I think it's 4G or something, um, which is good. So I'm never without with O2 for mobile. Oh no, I'm with EE and Keycom. Yeah, fine. And it says removed by court admin. Does that mean you can't ever find it? Shit, at least going for it again. I love it. But yeah, I've got the engineer coming in at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. Hopefully, he's my mate. Which would be it's weird BT, right? They don't tell people where they're going until either late in the evening or first thing in the morning. So they get up and they go, "Oh, I'll go travel here." So he just, even though he lives just down the road from me, he doesn't know if he's going to be here installing it for me, which is just stupid. You know, he's just basically my neighbor essentially. Um, so yeah, I'm looking forward to that getting much better. Well, I've got a really good internet already, but even better. Like them finding her body. What am I continuing, Jamie? What am I continuing? Sorry, I'm went off on one there about BT and stuff. Am I continuing the trial, you mean? If that's what you mean, yeah. Tomorrow there's a day off, so I'm covering. Um, Yeah, I will. So they're back Thursday, so I'll be doing it. Go 10:15. No, 12, 1, 2, 10:15 Eastern on Thursday. I'm back. But tomorrow I'm going to do the Parkland officer. That yes, today's trial I'm doing tomorrow for Parkland officer. And probably do a little bit more as well. I had a postman wake me up Saturday morning at 7:30. Was pissed off. Woke me up. Yeah, no, our postman come around about 9:30, 10 o'clock, thankfully. And also, they never knock. I mean, if they got stuff, they know who we are, so they just leave it for us. Um, I'm all over the place. I've got a list. I've got a list. Everyone's off tomorrow. Every court, well, those two courts are off tomorrow. Thursday we got one witness for the state in the Parkland one, and we've got the defense doing the rest. No worries, Wiz. Don't worry about it. It's fine, mate. It's very fine for us to give you. It's not. It's Lefty, such a teddy bear gentleman. Courts are all off. So on Friday it'll be the defense for half a day between 10 o'clock and 3:30 on the Parkland one, and Thursday and Friday looks like full days for the Colorado one. So I'm thinking of combining the Parkland one on Thursday and Friday and doing it on Monday, potentially, because there's a day off. Everyone's got a day off on Monday. So, Lefty, you off on Monday as well? I mean, everyone has a day off. And then obviously next week, Tuesday, they're back. Um, yeah, so it'll be more Colorado. So Parker's got a few weeks left, but this one I have no idea what's happening with this one. I'm gonna carry on, but I need to sort out links. Um, I didn't mind the WebEx. I thought that WebEx was fine, and I love the fact I was the only participant. I love that. I welcome that. I think it's Wiz Stitcher, innit? Yeah, Shelley's a bit of a, she's a resource. She just goes digging. She's Yeah, I think Spider wants to be just like you, Shelley. She loves that as well, researching and stuff. And Spider's a whiz kid when it comes to Discord and stuff like that. And also, Kim, I know you said, and Shelley, you both say about Discord. It's not a bad place. I don't understand it yet, but it looks quite good. Wiz Stitcher. I mean, I'll be honest with you, Wiz, right? She hasn't got much common sense. Do you know what I mean? Let's have a look here now then. Made you. Hang on. Let's have a look here now. I'm not going to show too much because it's all. This is all a spider girl. So if I just get that out there, I'll show you what our Discord looks like just to try and entice people next month or something. I've no idea what I'm doing. Am I allowed to show this? Oh, there's no private things here now, is there? Um, right there. I mean, Spider, not Spider, Mad World. She's a mad one. Discord. Yes, this is the one. So this is our Discord announcements. General. Lefty's in there. Look at him go. Oh, Lefty's in trouble. Lefty's in trouble. Lefty, other people will join you, idiot. It's fine. But I have to do this is my income now, you idiot. So I have to do something, don't I? Death is heard. She's already started threads for it. So this is what she's gonna do, initial thoughts and documents and stuff. I don't understand it. He's fine on his own, yeah. Anyway, that's our Discord. Um, she's working hard. We only started today. She's working hard on it, so you have to be Lefty's expert. I have a feeling Lefty's fine on his. Yeah, he's massively fine on his own. He is. That I don't know where it is, to be quite honest with you, Jamie. I've no idea how you get it or what. I just go with what Spider tells me. But what we've done is to make it, because that's where we're going to put all our documents and stuff, to do it from the Lefty level up, basically. This thing private. Well, if it was Spider, it's fucking too late because I just showed it to everyone. Oh, and you're listening, so it's good. You see, I do praise your work. We'd be lost without you. Yes, and that's also the plan, Shelley. We're going to do that as well. And there's a few cases and stuff we'll probably put in there as well. I do like. How about you go to work then? You can give exactly. You actually go into work, um, Lefty. You know, I was thinking. I did ask people about what I do for levels and stuff like that. I know some people do it. This go for the lowest levels. It's just I don't know. I haven't got this right. We might change it. I don't know, but just trying to get things right for memberships. Really trying to entice people. You know, I don't know. You're eating in your truck. So yeah, whatever we do, we try and mic drop. We try and I don't know what's a mic drop. What are you eating? Try not to. One thing I can guarantee you is that there's no channel that could be working harder than what we work. And I don't but just mean me, but like everyone works super hard in the background as well. Um, I put shit tons of hours in there, so I want to try and you know. Anyway, doesn't matter. You don't need to listen to my shit. Yeah, what are you eating? Subway. What's your order? Meatballs? I gone off Subway to be quite honest with you. Gone off it. Tuna melts. So I used to have to go to these trustee meetings, like board meetings. Oh, like you'd think that they put on good food, but it's always Subway. I was like, why Subway? Cold Subway as well. Why? He definitely prefers eggplant. One good thing is Lefty's gonna be encouraging everyone to because he's literally gonna he's causing havoc. Spider Girl, poor thing, in the Discord already. Like them big whiz. Good girl. You go, girl. 2 theatre setup so we can watch whatever the hell we want without getting in trouble. Yes. Yes. And I shouldn't apologize. I'm not gonna apologize. We've just set it at a level we felt was fair with the Lefty expo. People will agree or disagree, I don't know, but we're giving it a try anyway, so um foot long. It's not you're not eating veggie. What are you doing? You're not eating veggie, are you? Is Lefty driving whilst he's eating and actually in this chat as well? Doing it. I can imagine Lefty literally just going forward, eating in the chat, but also he's in multiple chats, so I got respect for the guy. I don't know how he does it. Shelly is worth it. I mean, I don't understand everything about Discord, but what I can tell you is I might even if we get enough people there, I might even quit Twitter. No, I won't, but do you know what I mean? I think everything's gonna be in there, so, um, swear to God. We're all here for Lefty. Lefty's look at Lefty, he loves this. He's the main character, but he deserves it. He deserves it today. Today and today only. He gets around. He flashes it around. He doesn't care. Dirt, he just dips it everywhere. He doesn't care, just dips it everywhere. Like chips. Like you say, chips. Dips it in the sauce, in the tomato sauce, eats it. They pass me around, I don't get around. Hey, you're fun to have. Just a tip. Sharing is caring, yes. Just a tip, nachos. Ooh, what's that? I got bloody bee in there. Bastard. STI, be careful. Oh, jeez. I can't believe normally we'd have less this in a normal stream. We've still got 13 here. I think I caught some sun today in the car just by driving. Jesus. I do wonder how Lefty drives though. How we can drive, eat, and chat all at the same time. Yeah, Shell. Oh, it's good. Yeah, it is good Wiz. It is as long as you don't mind like innuendos and Lefty with his dong hanging out and stuff like that. As long as you don't mind me getting my tits out, you love it here. Oh, Erin. Oh, Erin. You and me gonna have words. You and me gonna have words, girl. Yeah, we got. Believe it or not, Wales even has sun. It's absolutely. It's scorching. We normally have rain, but we're begging for rain at the minute. I'm just like, geez, give us a storm. Um. Oh, you're not driving. That's why. Okay, sorry. That's why. I'm just like, yeah, it's so we're like, we don't have acorns and stuff. Do you know what I mean? So you Americans have it in a parking lot. You Americans have it so easy. You've got acorn. You've got days off every time you feel like it. You just make up some days. Go, oh, do you know what? Let's call Monday Juneteenth and have a day off. No one will know any different. Do you know what I mean? So yeah, I just we're not used to this heat. I mean, at times it's unbearable at times. But there's no point us having AC on because in the house because we don't hope for a storm. Oh, we need a storm. We need it. I mean, the grass is all turning brown for fuck's sakes. It's turning literally. Our grass is turning brown. What's the temperature? No idea. I couldn't tell you. I can tell you what the guesstimate is from weather. Um, around on average about 26 degrees. Just got a new one on her basket. Needs to be 100. Jesus. Spider's not gonna AC. Jesus. Wants to cut someone. Oh, you have to have that on and the heat. Jesus. We have acorns. No, we just have like um we just have like flies everywhere. Look at Madwell promoting. You see Spider's getting all the glory. And Madwell's like, oh fucking hell. Top of the morning to you. Fuck 'em. Fuck 'em. No, thanks, Madwell. Madwell does a bit more on the Facebook there. Yeah, join the alternate corner on Facebook. It's gonna be private before long, I believe. If Madwell ever gets back to me. Heidi's been out all day. Heidi, she's been out all day. I hope she didn't have to deal with an accident or something. June bugs. I don't know what June bugs is. Lefty has cut someone, so fine. Yeah, I don't get the lizard. 120 degrees. That's a lot, man. I don't. You're not terrible, you idiot. I warned you when you asked me to be more, that'll be terrible. Shut up, Mad World. You're not terrible. You know I enjoy your inputs. Well, you input more than anybody normally. So you can't, and also you don't take shit. So, you'd be good once the chat gets a bit busier and stuff. You don't take any offense, and that's what we need. I mean, in time, Spidey'll have to go away from this chat and just, be in all her glory in her Discord stuff. So it's because of heat in Morocco. Oh, jeez. Okay. Yeah, no, I'm just going by weather. I don't know what we are, to be fair. I said you said 32. It says 26 here, but I've no idea. Like London, for instance, is 28. But that's guesstimate for tomorrow. I've no idea, really. Yeah, that's fine. Oh, is Morocco really hot, is it? I knew it was hot, but it didn't. Also, Madwell, why the hell are you been out to Morocco for? Jeez, with that pale skin? Jesus. You're probably like a lobster coming back, weren't you? Right. FFU. Stitch, you Stitch. Yeah, I know you might travel, model, but I know how fair your skin is. You're Irish. You're mad. Oh, 42 degrees. Fucking hell. Your community. Oh, jeez. I don't do lizards and stuff, man. I bet you would have. You're Irish, for fuck's sake. You're supposed to be. You should be somewhere cold, not somewhere warm, man. I've escaped neighbours' goats who think my yard is normal. You can eat salad bar every year. Oh no. Hooligans they are, yeah. But yeah, Shelley, hopefully you join the Discord because that's where we're going to be doing most of our research and stuff now. So, and thank you to everyone that, especially Lefty, that joined today, and also super chats. Thank you to everyone for the super chats as well. But fine, I don't know what that meant. I think Lady Laws left us as well. That means she's probably driving to get home. Whilst Lefty's going to work, she's coming home from work. Right. They are fainting ghost paintball. They faint and piss themselves. That's amazing. That's amazing. Oh, good stuff. Right, I think I'm done. I've got no more energy, and I need to be up in about 7 hours. Well, a little bit more than that, but when you can't settle. Once you go to bed, you can't go to bed straight away. I need to well, see you later, Jamie. Thanks for being here. Because you can't go straight to bed and then relax. So I have to take about an hour just to, you know, just chill for a little bit on Twitter and just look around and stuff. Thanks, Erin. No, I'm out as well now. So thanks, Erin. Do not come back and call me English again. So yeah, see you all later. So I appreciate you. Where's welcome back anytime. All of you welcome back anytime. You know that. Pop in whenever. Shirley, it's all good. I enjoy streaming on my own. It's all good. I prefer it, but I need. I'm not going to go straight to bed, but I need to relax for an hour. But again, thank you for this, for the money, the memberships, everything, guys. Really appreciate all of you. So with that, I am going to close it down now before we forget. Thanks again to Lefty. I really appreciate my man. And Mad World, shut the fuck up saying that you're a shit mod. You know I love you. Right. Bye all. See you tomorrow. Hopefully. What time? 3:15. No. Oh shit. What time are we doing tomorrow? We Okay, we're doing 2 o'clock tomorrow. Sorry, 9 o'clock Eastern time tomorrow. That's the polar one. So for us, Mad World's 2 o'clock. For everyone else, about what we'll do is we'll start at 9, and we'll probably start showing about 9:30. Gives people more time. So I'll set that up now. So with that, have a good night, everyone. Thank you for being here. Love you all. Take care. Good night.